For decades, the Mohir elves, exiled from Finnanmere, have roamed Io in search of a new home. In Northander, they were promised lands of their own. But as the Mage Rebellion arose, they were quickly forgotten. Now, years later, they have taken shelter in a nomadic settlement in Leafshade, a dense, dangerous jungle, amidst the no-man's land between Utran and Wulfgar.
All right. The Morhir settlement should be a little further to the north.
How long have the Morhir been living here?
Well, they left Finn and Mir about 30 years ago, and they were sent to settle here 8 years after their arrival. So that's 22 years now.
Pretty long, considering Leafshade was just meant to be a stopover.
I'm sure they feel the same way. But then again, I understand why finding a new home for fugitive elves wasn't on top of the Crown's priority list after the Mage Wars broke out.
All right then, what's the plan?
Well, I suggest we try to find their settlement first and then talk to their scryers. They're the ones who make the decisions.
Good. Then lead the way.
Yes?
Good afternoon, Mr. Red, Dream Whisperer, von Falkenstein, Vigilant. I've decided to take my own advice, and we're going to play it on easy for a bit.
Fine.
See what I feel about that. I anticipate another RTS sequence for this, so we shall see. Haven't seen any borders yet, so maybe I'm wrong. Good day, Arthur.
All right, here goes nothing.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. So I'm still not seeing any borders, and we've gone a bit, so never mind, no RTS section for here. Oh well.
Here we go.
It's a tainted. I don't know what that is, but you know. What are the tainted? There we go. Ugh. Ugh. A sickness has taken hold in the jungle wilds of Leafshade. The plague, known as the corruption, infects any living creature it affects. Infects any living creature it affects. Man and beast alike develop blisters that ooze with thick black pus. Excess saliva drips from their mouth, and the most telltale sign, however, is the green smoke emanates from their skin. Prolonged exposure to corruption results in manic frenzied behavior. Based on available studies, death may be the only surefire cure.
Let's see.
Cute. Not as cute as Fuzzy Duck. When you need a duck that's even fuzzier than a hamster, look no further. Why a hamster, you might say? Because they're adorable. But Fuzzy Duck isn't. Fuzzy Duck is a man's man, or woman, as the case may or may not be. Thank you very, very much. Whoa! For the sub, Fuzzy Duck. I have written that down for Bug Fables. Got it. Definitely exploring the map first.
You read my mind.
Well, that's cute.
Yes.
You know, you never did actually answer my question, although I didn't phrase it as a question, so I don't blame you. Is there a move speed buff? A mount? Anything?
Interesting.
For the heroes, I mean.
Sure.
Like, I know that this is a problem in a lot of games like this, but it's interesting that in several cases I will say, go here, and then I will go do something else. Like, I've been alt-tabbing this whole, earlier today, during the first session, and,
Now,
you know,
would you look at that?
trying to get a hold of the OBS support staff, talking to some people in Discord, I was looking up something with regards to the sprite work and trying to get the sprite working for Myron's thing, for the thank you thing. And I don't know, that doesn't feel like a good sign. Alright, move 2, and then Alt-Tab, you know? Anyways, moving on. Hey, border!
Good move.
Yes.
You asked for this.
Interesting.
Zarek guides me.
Got it.
Whatever's necessary. What's next?
There's a lot of corrupted around here, tell you what. Yeah, me too, Justin. Some
That's all? Only getting started.
messed upness.
Focus, Area. Focus.
You picked the wrong enemies.
Right now we are trying to recruit the elves to our cause, after having successfully recruited the mercenaries to our
You'll
cause.
regret this.
You read my mind.
There appears to be some kind of horrific sickness going on down here, which hopefully we'll be able to fix. Twister? It's a film. The romance side plot is stupid. Mostly because it's incredibly stupid. Like, okay. Here's A. Here's B. And here's C. A and B were happily married, but then they were angry at each other and they split up. So B went along and is happily engaged to C. Then A shows back up into the picture and A and B naturally get together to the point where C actually even encourages B to get back together with A. I'm sorry, I'm explaining this badly, but it's really ham-fisted. And it's one of those situations where, hey, guess what? These two are the main leads, ergo, they are the ones who are now, you know, together. And that's probably my least favorite type of romance in Hollywood, is here's the two characters, they love each other. I'm not even sure it's safe to say it's there just for the checkbox, because I don't get the point of it at all. And I'm exploring von Falkenstein just for you. For no other reason. Anyways, there was also a film, something about a tornado there.
That way. All right.
You got it.
Ah!
There.
Save the word.
There.
They will burn.
Fair enough.
Good
Let's
afternoon,
do
Cat
this.
Horse. Now, what's going to be funny is when they catch those people who stole the data and tried to ransom it, because stealing data, you know, cyber crimes like that, you know, that's a serious problem and certainly has serious consequences.
They will fall.
Blackmailing or extortion or whatever they want to call it, because legally there's actually several gradients to that. That is a much more severe crime. At least here in the States. I don't know in Japan.
Let's see.
It's we talked about this during the Ace Attorney series. It's like, well, shoot, I've been caught robbing someone. Better kill someone instead. It's like, but you... Okay. Mistakes were made. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. For some reason, the people who actually get proper funding in order to look into the whole thing were the bad guys for some reason. And they get murdered. Well, murder's the wrong word. Sorry. They get brutally killed by the tornado.
We'll make short work of them.
Like, not in a fun way. In a whook kind of a way. Oh, wow, Justin. Maybe it'll be, Investigations 2. Had to think about that for a sec. That would be apropos. Sadly, the only Capcom game coming up I would care about is anything with the words Mega and Man in the title.
Understood.
Look, Mega Man 11 was good, but it was like a first step. We need that times like 20.
Sure.
We need more. Oh, Ace Attorneys are fine, and Devil May Cry is fine, and Resident Evil's fine, but Mega Man, that's what I want. that's my bag. It's okay, Shovel Knight has completely supplanted Mega Man in just about every way that matters. I think Shovel Knight is my highest rated game on the entire site right now.
I understand.
If not, it's definitely in the top 3. And the funny thing is, I rechecked and rechecked that like 3 or 4 times. And no, every time I did, I stood by my opinion. Yes, Cat Horse. That is an accurate statement. If you ever played any of those RPGs, the custom maps back in StarCraft or Warcraft 3, you've kind of played this. But the game does lead... The design of the game is dominantly...
Get ready. Focus. Focus.
RPG. It is an RPG, first and foremost.
You picked the wrong enemies.
It just has elements of RTS in terms of the interface. How you interact with the game.
What do we need?
Sweet demonic essence. My personal favorite. Nom, nom, nom. Mark shows up. Glug, glug, glug.
Sure.
Yeah, I said this just before the break. I honestly am not impressed with the strategy layer at all. It's basically one negative and no positives so far. I'm holding off on that judgment, but that's where I'm at the moment.
Sounds like a plan.
The RPG layer is okay. From a gameplay perspective, it's kind of eh. But they've done a lot of good things, story-wise.
What? That's all? I'm only...
I just realized I just got rid of the only AoE I had in the party. That's fine. But yeah, I will admit,
Whatever's necessary.
and I hate to say this, but this game is a good example why most games don't bother to try to be cross-genre. It is a difficult thing to pull off, because you effectively you've doubled your work. It's like, okay, you need to make a good X and a good Y. Like, separately. Then you need to combine them, so it's actually more than doubling your work. Have fun. It's a shame, though, because cross-genre games, genre games that are good, tend to be awesome. Of course, now I'm challenging myself to think of specific examples of that. When did 2 come out? Spellforce 2, I mean.
Wrong place, wrong time, friend.
You guys... Okay, sure. ...2006. Ooh. Right at the tail end of the streamability gap. Go figure. One was 2003. Also in the streamability gap.
You asked for this.
Interesting.
That's true, Guida for life. Hey, Spartan. The game's going well. I mean, I am enjoying myself. As I often say, and I know most of you know this, but just because I criticize something doesn't mean I don't like it. And I would stop repeating that if someday the internet would figure out that I actually mean those words and I'm not just saying them. Okay, nice and explored. Let's go.
For the Fire Wielders!
Is this the village?
Should be. And don't ask me why there's no one guarding the entrance.
There have been, until some hours ago. They're further down in the village.
Another human? Well, isn't that great?
We're just...
No, say no more. I know why you're here. Looking for some nice elven kin to enhance your bloodline, aren't you?
What?
Yes, that's what I thought. Well, why don't you join your fellow crossbreeders in the Wolfgar lands? There you can copulate all you want. Now sod off.
Nice lady.
Let's see.
The best way is from Kalaya to Nortander.
Smarter people than me could explain the streamability gap and the specifics of why it happens. But it boils down to, they figured out 3D, but they didn't really figure out how to make 3D work properly yet. So they were still trying to do things like attach the CPU to the rendering and whether or not it would actually touch the GPU at all or not, and how it would actually pull that kind of stuff in the game. Again, smarter people than me can explain it, because I don't understand in totality. But what I do know is that they had no idea what they were doing. And so they tried things, and for several years, they all kind of blonked. And what it boiled down to is the games in the streamability gap are really hard to get working on modern machines, at least in a streamable format. Because those games... older games can be emulated one way or another, either via DOSBox or, like in a console situation. Newer games were designed with modern architecture, but in the streamability gap, most of the time it's just kind of a dice roll as to whether or not we can get it working or not. Sometimes we can, most of the time we can't. So,
Pleasure doing business.
I have enough to get that
Come again.
incense now, so that's
Getting new
neat.
wares by the next moon's turn.
Can't believe we're still having this discussion. Tell me, Arlen, where was Ellen in all those years when our people were on the run?
No, go.
Just face it, she never helped us. None of the Guardians did.
Well, maybe they would have if it weren't for heretics like you. We are Ellen's children, all of us.
We are the children of our mothers and our fathers, for heck's sake. If you are so pious, then why did you leave Finn and Mir in the first place? What we need is rationality and reason, not praying to the gods that have left us.
Heresy, Varden. This is heresy.
Literally? Because I'm not actually sure. I always get those confused. Because, you know, there's heresy, and then there's... Oh. Let's see, there's heresy, and then there's... Oh, I can't remember the other one. That doesn't matter. Blasphemy, there you go. Then there's blasphemy.
Now would you look at that?
Huh? And Evran? What are you doing here?
What are these two arguing about?
I don't see why that concerns you. How did you get in here anyway? Get lost.
Salangar. A pureblood. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any better.
Not what I'd call myself. I haven't been in Finn and Mir for 8 years.
Is that so? Well, who am I to judge? Who let you in?
There weren't any guards.
What? Great. Just great. This is getting better and better. But please, forgive my manners. I'm Varden Merilith, second scryer of Lathwain. Who are you? And what do you want? Are you with the soldiers?
Soldiers?
The army folk. But if you have to ask, I suppose you're on your own. Tell me then, what brings you here?
That's a long story.
So you're the corporal from Lianon? Well, that's a surprise. I know the story, and once more I would like to apologize for what Scryer Elion did. She should not have opened fire. And also, I would like to express my admiration for your courage. I know you refused to carry out the order your general gave you.
How?
A scout observed the conversation you had with that man. Either way, your story sounds bizarre, but I don't think you are lying. And after the events in Lianon, it's only fair if we help you now, to make up for it. Not to mention the fact that the bloodburn needs to be stopped.
So you'll provide us with troops?
It's not that simple. I have to bring up the matter before the other scryers, and they all have to agree. But not now. We currently have our own sack of problems to deal with.
Are you the leader of this place?
One of them, yes. I'm the second scryer, and the Moorhere Council is made up of 6 scryers in total. 7, actually, but our eldest passed away recently, which complicates the decision-making, as you can imagine.
What problems do you have?
The short version? Leafshade has been struck by the bloodburn. Elves and animals are affected, and for some reason it has a different effect on us than it has on your race. It corrupts us.
Corrupts?
Drives us mad. And if that weren't enough, the Council can't decide on a course of action. Pathetic, isn't it? People are dying, but all we do is bicker.
Where do you and Finrior disagree?
Oh, that's simple. Finrior claims that the corruption has nothing to do with the bloodburn, but is a curse of the Guardians. Of Ellen, to be precise.
The Guardians aren't children throwing tantrums.
Yes. And in these days, I doubt they could even if they wanted to. The Guardians are gone. This is a fact we have to deal with.
So where do you think this corruption comes from?
As I said, I think it's just how we elves react to the bloodburn.
How many of you are affected?
Not as many as in your kind. 1 in 10, maybe. And for some reason, the infection only spreads outside the city borders.
As I said, I'm trying to find a cure for the bloodburn. Maybe I might be able to help.
You want this alliance to happen as quick as possible, don't you? Well, yes, maybe your knowledge about the bloodburn could indeed help us. Give me a moment to think this through, will you? There are some things I need to consider.
All right. We should probably talk to the other scryer, too.
Huh? What? Who are you? Who let you in?
The gate was unguarded.
Really? Next thing you know, this place is being overrun by undead because the guards have all gathered to hear us bicker. You're from Gravefell, aren't you? I recognize that accent. I'm Arlen Finriar, first scryer of this settlement. What do you want?
I'm looking for allies, but let me start from the beginning.
Varden, please, would you mind leaving? Ah, so, you're Isamo Taha's child. Well, you're lucky, I believe, that the Guardians have given us all a free will. I can see that you're nothing like your father, and it's true that the Bloodburn has to be ended. I can agree with those crazy cultists on that much.
So you're going to help us?
I would if I could, but as you may have gathered by now, we have our own battle to fight here. Ellen has cursed us.
Ellen has cursed you?
Yes. Our lands are withering, and every 1 in 10 elves loses his mind. Their eyes turn black, they salivate like animals, and attack everything in sight.
And you think Ellen has inflicted this curse upon you?
I know. You see, since we Moria left Finnanmere, more and more of our people have fallen away from our faith. Some even blame the Guardians for our exile. Briefly put, we were cast out of the Finnanmere Empire after we expressed doubts about the Elven Council.
Yes, I know the story.
As you can imagine, the years we spent on the road searching for a new home were strenuous. And as a result of that, more and more of our people lost faith in the Guardians, which is ironic, since our faith was one of the reasons we were cast out in the first place.
And what does all this have to do with the corruption?
Isn't it obvious? It's Ellen's punishment for us turning our backs on her.
You mean...
Yes. Ellen has protected our kind for millennia. And now, we have betrayed her. This is her punishment.
Isn't it more likely that this is simply the way elves react to the Bloodburn?
No. Although rare, there have been cases of bloodburn among the Moria too, and they display exactly the same symptoms as humans. Varden Merilith simply likes to ignore that because it doesn't fit into his nice little theory. Also, why does it only occur in Leafshade, and only outside the city walls? The plague doesn't know borders.
If we help you lift this curse, would you be willing to ally yourselves with us?
Well, the Bloodburn is a scourge for all races, so, yes. Should you help us, I could take up the matter with the other scryers.
Now what?
Well, if there's any way to get these whiteskins on our side, it's by helping them cure this corruption.
We need to try. I suggest we ally ourselves with Merilith. The other one seems to have lost the support of his people already.
Then let's let them know. What's next? Interesting.
Saladgar, this is getting ridiculous. If nothing happens, we'll still be arguing in our graves. Tell me, your offer, does it still stand? An outsider who isn't dependent on the councils could be just what we need.
I've noticed that green is not necessarily optional dialogue, even though it feels like it should be. And sometimes green can not only push the dialogue forward, but inflict its tone. So, no, I have been very specific about which dialogues I have been picking von Falkenstein.
As I said, I'm happy to help.
Good. Blazes, you have no idea how good it is to talk with a person of reason for once. Come, let's discuss this elsewhere.
Not ignoring you, by the way, Walker. I just was hoping for a non-cutscene moment to answer you.
Now would you look at that?
That's better. Blasted, isn't it incredible that the old man is unwilling to see reason?
Absolutely.
Anyway, all the better you're here. Let's discuss how we proceed. What we need first is proof to convince Arlen. As long as he insists on fighting that plague in prayer shrines, we cannot take any real action.
What kind of proof did you have in mind?
That remains to be seen. First of all, scout Leafshade's surroundings. Just like the Bloodburn, the infections don't follow a clear pattern, but all of them took place outside the city walls. I will mark the place on your map where the activity has been most extreme. Secondly, there's a human military outpost nearby. To investigate, you'll need to ask for permission to cross their borders. After the disaster in Lianon, the last thing we want is another breach of our treaty.
Who are these humans?
As I said, I believe they are from the Royal Army. So far, our contact has been sparse, but they seem to be peaceful.
If it really is the Bloodburn, what makes you think there is a cure?
I've asked myself the same question, but then I realized there's no point in worrying about it as long as that old fool is sabotaging our attempts to stop it.
If the jungle is corrupted, isn't it dangerous for us to scout it?
No, the infection doesn't happen instantaneously. If you were to stay longer, say for 2 or 3 days, it might get you. But for now, you're safe.
Very comforting.
All right. We'll do our best.
Yes, and thank you. I appreciate your help.
Okay. This should be fun.
Neolf's hammer. I was beginning to think these discussions were never going to end.
No argument there. Let's go talk to the soldiers and see if they let us into their territory to find that proof.
I'm sure it'll be fine. So anyways, Walker, some games that I only played because of the show that I ended up liking. Colonel Sanders Dating Sim, Spyro, Fire Emblem in general, as a franchise, Duskers, The Sexy Brutale, The Golden Sun franchise, Vampire, Vermintide, Pillars of the Earth, West of Loathing, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Subnautica, Hitman 2, Ace Attorney franchise, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Black Mesa, Ghost of Tsushima, Yakuza franchise, and Witcher 3. Just a small list. No. I saw Twister because it was on TV. I never saw it in theaters. Listen, I think we can all agree. Colonel Sanders is just... he's so dreamy. Oh, my heart goes pitter-patter every time I see him.
Oh, do you smell that?
Yes, like carrion.
And the water has the same color as the blisters on the corrupted.
If you ask me, we just found the cause of this plague. And it's definitely not a curse.
But yeah, none of those games are games I would have played if not for the show. That's why I listed it as such. Yes, the passion of the game. It inflames, engorges. I can't do purple prose like we were saying earlier. It engages my senses. A light upon blazing skies, burning blue fire into my soul, desirous of most fried chicken Kentucky. There you go. That's about as good as I got. Yeah, I got lucky. I have you guys to make me play games that I wouldn't otherwise play.
Huh. A traveler. Don't get many in these parts. What do you want? If you're looking for shelter, you've come to the wrong place.
Who are you people? This is Elven territory, isn't it?
Huh. Elven territory, my arse. Just because the Moor here were allowed to put up their little town here doesn't mean they own the whole jungle. As for who we are, if you don't know, then you probably don't have any business here.
Can you let us in?
As I said, no. This isn't a roadside inn. Now sod off.
Wait, not so fast. The Moor here sent us. It's important.
The Moor here, huh? Alright, fine. Come in, but make it quick. We already have visitors, and they aren't too fond of your employers.
I'm holding off until I see any better gear for her. I don't know what I'm going to need to raise.
Will recognize you.
I doubt it. Even if they know General Noria is looking for me,
You should
they wouldn't
rethink
know
your
my face.
position, old man. The light doesn't show mercy on those who
I
betray
remember
it.
her.
Well, maybe the light can show you the way out of my bloody camp instead.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Oh, I think I do. I'm messing with a bunch of renegade cutthroats who think they can walk into a camp of the Royal Army and make demands just because their lunatic leader told you so. So, one more time for the slow ones among us. We won't attack those elves. On the contrary, if you do as much as lay a finger on them, you'll have to deal with us too. Are we clear?
You...
Are we clear?
Yes.
Interesting.
Let's see. Huh? Who are you people? Nortander soldiers?
Aye, sure. We're humble servants of the Queen. Look, friend, I know what you are. A defiler. And if we weren't in the camp of that fucking coward right now, this conversation would go down a tad differently. So do yourself a favor and sod off before things change. 'Cause they will.
I think these are Bane. Purity fanatics. The ones Clara warned us about.
I heard that.
I'll leave you be.
And I'll kill you later. No, really, that's probably where this is going.
Yes?
You notice this is an RTS camp.
Zarek guides me.
Oh, I thought I did, Gum Gum. I'm sorry. I would stab myself immediately. Oh, okay, we're okay. Whew. But yes, the reason I haven't pushed her stats yet is because I'm waiting for gear. And if I see any gear, you know, one-handers or shields, then... Hey, Federation Builder.
What? Wait a moment. You? Gilbert Vilmas, 2nd Division Everlight Infantry, isn't it? Blazes. What are you doing here?
I think you're mistaking me for someone else. I'm not with the army.
Oh, am I? Huh. Could have sworn. Oh, well, never mind. Who are you then? And how the heck did you get in here?
The guard let me in. My name is Tahar, and I'm with the Moir from Lithuania. There's something we need to discuss.
Tahar? Like that sodding rebel mage bastard? Boy, I surely don't envy your name. Forenthus Copper, 2nd rank sergeant to the Royal Army. So, what news do you bring from our elven friends?
Well, I assume you've taken note of this strange plague going on in Leafshade. The elves have sent me to investigate it, and are asking for permission to cross borders.
Granted.
Just like that?
What should I say? We need this plague gone as much as the more here. We've stayed away from the corrupted parts, aye, but we've nonetheless lost 3 men already. Just don't do anything unwise, and you can walk freely within our sectors. One more thing, though. There is something that we need done, and I don't have any men to spare at the moment. Would you be willing to help us as a sign of goodwill?
Of course. What do you need?
Well, it's simple. Since we made camp here, some of my men and women have contracted a nasty kind of fever. We ordered a shipment of herbs from another outpost in the Utran lands, but it hasn't arrived, and the man I sent to get it has not been heard of ever since. Would you be willing to search the shore for my scout, or maybe the ship itself? The weather has been rough lately, and maybe it was wrecked.
Sure. Any idea where we should search?
Aye. Do you have a map? Here. That's where we were supposed to receive the shipment.
Got it. Thank you.
Are you sure we have time for this, Tahar?
It never hurts to have additional allies.
Also, shut up.
Now would you
yes.
look at that?
Huh. And who exactly are you?
Just a traveler. I'm working for the Moor here.
Ah, I see. Best you talk to Sergeant Copper, then.
Who are those mercenaries in your camp? They don't look like Nortander soldiers.
Well observed. They are Bane, you know, purity fanatics. And no, I have no fucking clue why Sergeant Copper let them in the first place.
Alright. I'll be off. Thank you for your help.
Sure.
Pro tip, if you ever have a religion of, you know, tolerance and understanding and peace and making the world a better place, don't call your elite mercenaries Bane. Pro tip.
Interesting.
Just... yeah. I was gonna say, it looks like it's off the map, so... I can't, though. I can't leave the map. I can't leave the map. Thank you, Darth Tyrant, very, very much. Always appreciate. Thank you. And I think that was towards Tor? But no, Gum Gum, neither job sounds what I would call appealing to me. And in both cases, all I would do is try to stop being in that job as quickly as possible.
Oi, you. Wait a moment.
Me?
No, the Queen's golden tits. Of course you.
Why are they golden?
Does the name Bertrand Carpel ring a bell for you?
Why? What do you know about Bertrand?
Not much. Only that he came by our camp just this morning and told me he was looking for someone. And the face he described looked just like yours. Anyway, I told him I had no bloody idea what he was on about. So he left. But asked me to leave a message if you should come by. Which heck knows why you did.
What's the message?
Just that he's up north somewhere, here in Leaf Shade, and that he'll be waiting there for you until dusk.
Huh. Well, thanks for letting me know.
Don't mention it. Safe travels.
Wow, it's weird seeing reasonable Royal Guardsmen. Refreshing, though. But weird. Of course, he's in the Mana area.
Attack!
No. This is my surprised phase. Hello?
How do you like that?
He freaking heals. Why can't I heal right now?
Yes.
I mean, it's whatever.
I understand.
There she is.
Now would you look at that? I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I do. I'm Iana. I and those 5 men were hired to kill you.
Okay, that's refreshingly to the point.
You're assassins.
We are.
I don't think they're pure mana, but that is a magical resource, yes.
Who are you working for? How did you know we'd be here?
You weren't as hard to follow as you think, Tahar. And regarding your first question, Amaria Leonider.
The head of House Leonider? But why?
Well, I hate to say it, but there are a lot of people who want you dead, Tahar. The question should be, why her? And I'm afraid I don't have an answer for that. I'm not paid to ask questions.
Could you stop, like, inching away from me, please?
Sorry, but I don't understand. Why did you help us?
I'm afraid that's complicated. Do you prefer the short or the long version?
Give me the long version.
All right. I didn't know much about you when I accepted the contract, save for the fact that you were a renegade soldier, and that you, together with an elf named Iria, escaped the Grey Keep prison somehow.
That would be me.
I thought so. Well, we followed your trail until Farland's Hope, where you entered that cave, wherever it leads. Since we couldn't follow you in there, we waited in the village. Well, and it was there I learned that you were after a cure for the bloodburn.
And that made you change your mind?
Yes. To be frank, I lost someone to the bloodburn. Someone very close to me. And even though nothing is going to bring her back, I want an answer. In other words, I want to offer you my services.
I'm sorry, what?
That guard who sent us here. He mentioned a friend of mine, Bertrand. Did you...
Harm him? No. I don't even know who or where he is. Leonider gave us that name and told us it would be a good lure. So we paid that guard a handful of coins to tell you his story. That's it.
And just why should we trust you? You're a sellsword.
I can't tell you what to do or feel. But think of it this way. If I had wanted you dead, why would I risk my life to save you? Furthermore, word that the assassination failed will get around soon enough. And mark me a betrayer among my kind. Even if I decided to murder you in your sleep, I would not get any money from it.
She has a point.
I do.
That friend you lost, who was it? How did she die?
I would rather not talk about it. Not here. Not now.
How can you help us?
Well, judging from the trail of blood you left behind, this won't be your last battle. I can make sure they'll end in your favor. Also, I am... how should I put it? Different. I can feel and see things others can't.
Such as?
Such as the fact that you were plagued by guilt. It surrounds you like a dark, heavy fog. You lost someone, and you blame yourself for it.
Everybody has lost someone these days.
Maybe. Only you can know this. Long story short, I'm a dreamweaver.
A dreamweaver? I've heard that before. So you're some kind of mentalist?
Close. Let it suffice to say that I feel and perceive differently than most people. In every aspect.
Fair enough. Join us, if you must. We need all the support we can get.
Thank you. There are some things I need to take care of before I'm fully at your disposal. I suggest you finish whatever business you have here, and then meet me at the route back to Iskander.
Will do.
Good. I will be waiting. And thank you for your trust.
I mean, if you try to kill me, A, you'll fail, and B, I'll kill you. It's pretty basic. I'm almost... it's...
And off she goes.
For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. There's something strange about that woman. But she's telling the truth.
Hey, Myron. I was able to get a version that kind of works. Hopefully it'll be sufficient for you. Of Roxas, specifically, by the way. So hopefully that will be sufficient for you. 'Cause if not, I got nothing at this point. And I hope Wednesday isn't too bad hazardous. Lord knows. It probably says something that it kind of irritates me a little bit when I get a new party member in a game like this. It's like, oh great, a new party member that I won't get to properly utilize because party size limits. Just codifying that negative in every RPG ever. That's not true, but in a lot of them. Like, it's a pretty common problem. Northwest is a little bit different than Northeast. So up here-ish, looks like. It's okay, a friend of mine can't do west or east to save his life. Which is funny, because it's so automatic for me that it doesn't occur to me to say left or right. I have to translate east to right, even though this is always east, right? Like, I have to mentally pause a moment to think, it's on the right side of the map. Corrupted.
Fair enough. Let's
Kill them all. Spare them all. Oh wait, too late. Ah, they're fine. They're fine. I actually agree completely, Darth Tyron. Ironically enough, FF4 is one of an extremely small number of games I know, RPGs specifically, where they get away with having a limited party size, exactly as you describe.
Now would you look at that?
Because yeah, the overwhelming majority of the rest of the time it's like, pick who comes! And from FF7 onwards, which is mid-90s, they've had the problem of having unique dialogue, which sometimes is worth it and sometimes not, but either way, you're missing out. Then, in many games, there's the gameplay aspect, where you have to decide who you bring based entirely on preference, which tends to lead to certain characters just being completely neglected, and just there's all sorts of other problems with it. Yeah, I have a headache, Tazara, so I took some leave. I tend to take a leave with Dayquil because it tends to help. As some of you may or may not be aware, I suffer from, aka have regular problems with headaches. So, slowly been trying to figure out ways to deal with that. Move to Oregon. There's nothing there that's going to help me, Hasmus. I can get Dayquil at the local grocery store, so I'm not particularly worried there.
Got it.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to chop off that pinky, Hasdus. And by Hasdus, I mean von Falkenstein, sorry. Hasdus, you get to keep your pinky.
All right, here goes nothing.
Considering how much of a pain it was to get way over here, there better be something over here. Hey, Warcraft Code. What's up? By the way, hi, Tazara. I do not look good, but thank you. It is nice to have demonstrable evidence of the weight loss, though, I'll tell you what.
We'll make short work of them.
This button. There's gotta be something over here, right?
I understand.
This is a long... Aha! Let's say this is a long trip to get down here. Hey, S.A. Ross.
They will fall.
Was that a dungeon? It didn't... Well, I'll try it again in a second.
You asked for this.
What the heck is that?
So, what's the plan?
It's okay. Poisoned gummies. I can't wait. It's funny, Dearth Tyrant, because I've both heard and said myself the balancing argument for years. And then I stopped doing that. Probably about 3 or 4 years ago at this point.
Fair enough.
What the heck, Adris? Because over time, I've slowly come to disbelieve that. Oh, don't mistake me. It is more difficult to balance around a larger group than a smaller group. But multiple games have done that and proven to me through demonstrable evidence that you can balance around a larger party. It just takes different styles of math. So... It is more work, though. And if you're on a tight... Hey, an Alva token. If you're on a tight budget, that is certainly something to keep in mind. Although, to be perfectly blunt, this is also how my opinion's kind of shifted over time. I think that if you're at the point where you're considering not doing the full effort in order to go ahead and, you know, balance your work because you're worried about time and budget issues, maybe you should just have a smaller party. Right? I mean, think about that for a second. Tactics Ogre, Jake the Crazy. Think about that for a second. I mean... And I mean that sincerely. I don't mean that as a harshness. It's just, if you are actually at that point where you're like, oh gosh, we're not sure if we're going to be able to get all these features in, then reduce the party size. Because every single character that you add to a party is a huge amount of additional time and effort and work in order to design them and get their animations done and get their spell designs and talents and their leveling curve and their voice acting and the writing and their construction of the story and just all sorts of stuff. No, it looked like it to me, too, von Falkenstein. I'm still not seeing this other thing. A party split is another valid thing, too. Final Fantasy IX briefly dipped into that idea by having several large sections of Act 2 be, here's this party, and here's this party. And the camera would bounce back and forth between the two periodically, but, you know, they were still... doing their thing, completely separate, but also both advancing the plot, just in different areas. Yeah, I was about to say, I hate to call you a liar here, but you're a liar. Shunk. That's okay. Tell you what, we'll let you keep the pinky. We'll even pickle it for you if you want. That's true. We can leave. I didn't even notice that. All right, where am I going? Yeah, you don't need to pull a Chronocross or a Suikoden. Where am I going? Is this it, Green Coast? Looks like it.
Savage wildlife, steep hills, stormy shores. The Utran coast, also known as...
Do you feel the wind? We're getting close to the coast. If Sergeant Copper is right, and the ship really did sink, some of the cargo might have washed up on the shore. Interesting. Huh. These were sailors. Shh, up ahead. Get ready.
The Rocker.
Look at that, boys. We're in for some fun.
Anyways, no, I don't think I've seen that before, Gum Gum. Sorry.
You'll regret this.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
I was actually noticing that earlier, Falkenstein. I thought it was just because I was in a cutscene or something.
Looters, as expected.
Well, then we should be even more careful now. Their kind rarely comes alone, and they don't seem to be the talkative type.
Ugh. People who would loot the dead. Disgusting. Foul creatures.
Bloody creepy this is.
You read my mind.
Oi! Soldiers!
Wait, we...
Get!
Well, that escalated a little bit quickly.
What do we need?
Soldiers, and one of them just turned into a giant bear.
There we go.
Wait, what? Maybe we should surrender. And they're dead.
Now would you look at that? Let's see.
Bloody hell. One. Wow. Oi! Oi, Susie! Gotta say it right. It's okay, I can't do any form of British accent, and I know it. Of course, I can't do any accent. I had to make up my own.
Debris. Damn it.
And a lot of it. So the sergeant's theory was right.
Yeah, but let's look around. As I said, if we're lucky, some of the cargo might have washed up too.
Oh no, I'm completely with you, Rocco. It depends entirely on the setting.
Some of the sailors managed to save themselves, and they took some of the cargo with them.
But no sign of the medicine.
Like, some settings? Yeah, sure. And then there's some settings where it's like, kind of Warcraft code. I need to record it at some point, which means at some point I need to level a character to do it. Because, yeah. Some of these don't even let you interact with them, I've noticed. And that is not the first time I've had that problem. And then sometimes it does that.
Would you look at that? Let's see.
I'll give you an example. In Fallout, looting corpses? Cool. I'm not even sure why that's a thing. Why would you bring that up? I thought that was tomorrow you were doing that, Linear with. I apologize. Yeah, I know about the zombie invasion.
That way. All right.
Oh no, you can level easily during the zombie invasion. Trust me. All you have to do is go back in time.
More lost souls. What a pleasant surprise. Yes.
You picked the wrong enemies.
Yeah, in Lord of the Rings it would be bad because of how that works. because of the whole, Lost and the Damned and Unsettled Spirits. In quite a few settings, there would actually be literal curses involved. Witcher setting. It's another good example of that.
Focus, Syria. Focus.
I sure hope so, Federation Builder, because if he doesn't, well,
Well, damn it. Seems that the Warden ran out of oil.
What about that camp to the south? It looks like an outpost. They might have some.
Here?
Wrong place, wrong
All right,
time.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, if there's another way to travel through time in Warcraft right now, I'm not admittedly familiar with it, even though we shouldn't be able to travel through time at all because they lost their powers after the end of the Cataclysm, but whatever.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
I mean, don't mistake me, it's great as a gameplay mechanic.
Let's see.
And it is hysterical. So for those of you who have not seen this in current WoW, what you do is you select a timeline, which is a great interface. And what it does is it applies a variable to your character. I need to explain this probably because it's actually really brilliant how they did this. So let's say you're level 40. And let's say that you have currently several BC quests on you. Now they're gray because they're BC quests. But then you go talk to Chromie and say, I would like to be in the Burning Crusade. And it applies the BC layer to you, and all of a sudden they're yellow quests. And you get full benefit from them. And all the enemies and stuff there start scaling to you, and you start scaling to them because now you are in BC. And within each expansion, because before, they already had the player layering, which is just beautiful tech. I cannot gush about it enough. It's some of the most brilliant stuff Blizzard's ever designed. They already had that as of Legion. But now it's taken to another extent, because before it was something like, say, you'd go through, you'd level 1 through 60 in Cataclysm, right? And so all of those zones were like 10 to 60, 20 to 60, 30 to 60, 40 to 60, etc. Now it's kind of the same thing, except it's applied on an expansion level. So every zone in Cata is 5 to 50, 10 to 50, 15 to 50, 20 to 50, etc., etc., etc. So you can just kind of go wherever and do whatever and level as long as you have selected the timeline, which is the expansion in question. Now here's the other cool thing. The moment you hit 50, what will happen is Chromie says, hey, you're needed in the present, and a little timer will start ticking down at the top of the screen. As soon as it finishes, you get teleported to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, depending on your side, and when you get there, you immediately get the current quest, which is the lead up to Shadowlands. It's some very cool tech. I am really impressed by it. And no, I did see what you wrote, Lunareth. I honestly didn't think they would push it out today. Who knew?
Crazy! Put that damn torch out. Why? Why? You know what the note said.
Come on! Don't be such a sis! Shut your mouths already, will you? Let's search this place and get out of here.
Get ready!
Sorry, friends, but this spot is taken.
Huh?
I said find your own spoils. We were here before you.
We're not looters.
Oh, you aren't? Then what do you want?
Do you feel bad about stealing from the dead?
Don't you feel bad about this? Stealing from the dead?
Why? It's not as if these pals still need it, do they?
Well, you have a point.
Of course I do.
The other looters attacked on sight. You seem a bit more reasonable. Are they your men?
Who do you think we are, Plunderers United? No, we're all here on our own.
So, you fight each other?
Not as long as we respect each other's territory. First come, first serve.
I'm sorry, Plunderers United? We need to make that a thing now.
Am I right to assume that the wreckage on the coast belongs to a trade ship?
Well, judging by what little is left of the cargo, yeah. Guess they ran into that storm last week, poor sods. Even the weather's gone mad.
Did you kill these soldiers?
You think we could do that?
I'm flattered. No, we didn't. These sods were dead when we came here.
Huh. Then what happened?
Well, depends on who you ask. My pal Reinhardt thinks it was them Moorhere bastards from the jungle, whereas Henry thinks it's some strange, unspeakable evil that haunts these lands.
You make it sound like I'm an idiot. The warden's note was very clear.
Aye, because sitting in a bloody lighthouse all day and night with booze as company likely turns you into a person of reason.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Dead is dead.
Strange, unspeakable evil?
Yeah. The lighthouse warden left a note before he killed himself. Apparently there's some horrible ghost haunting these lands, and it searches for the light.
Okay.
Why would the Moorhere attack a Nortander camp? That doesn't make sense.
Then they take on the Nortander army in that village, too? What was his name, Leonon? It's obvious they didn't give a fuck about the White Mist Treaty anymore.
Misinformation. The bane of human existence.
Huh, I see. We need to search the camp.
You deaf? I said this is our spot.
I don't want to kill you.
Look, we just need some oil for the lighthouse beacon. We'll leave the rest to you.
Oil? But aren't you going to...
All right. But if I see you take anything else, you get the idea.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Anyways, Federation Builder, I'm sorry, I don't actually fully understand your question. If you're asking what I think of time paradoxes, I think that they resolve themselves when they're well designed and written. If they don't resolve themselves, then what they do is they self-defeat, which means they never happened. So there's no point in even processing in the first place. Oil. There it is.
Yes, that should do the job. Now back to the lighthouse.
Alright guys, should we kill them? Yes or no? Give me a positive symbol if we think we should kill them, and a negative... That seems reversed. And a negative symbol if you think we should not kill them. What do you think, guys? You use the emote, guys. Come on, I gave you the emote. Although, what is it? Lore plus, I think? Yeah, it's lore plus and lore minus. There we go. I was right. I'm seeing mostly pluses here. Hang on. So we got one. Anyone else? Going in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that didn't aggro them. Hang on.
Closing door. Don't say we didn't warn you. Kill 'em, boys!
Sorry, but you are turbo dead. That was the positives win by 2 votes.
For this.
Wait a minute, Ciela, you're Tasha's daughter? That would explain a lot, actually.
Whatever killed them, it didn't show any mercy.
It wasn't human, that's for sure.
No, Warcraft code. I know it exists, but that's about as much as I know.
Understood.
No, he's just Wolverine. The nose knows. Nah, he's the first person to ask about it. I should probably take a drink anyways. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not going to look at it right now, but you can certainly link it. For anyone else interested.
Tiara's breath. What? What are those things?
Monsters, I guess. Ugh.
Well, let's hope they aren't as strong as they are ugly.
I don't know, a year from now? Something like that? Whenever we cover Shadowlands, I suppose, would be the answer. They have a lot of fire resistance. Go figure. Weak to ice. That's interesting. There it is.
They will fall.
Funnily enough, we have the ability to do ice damage. Thanks to Rohan? Rohan.
Sure.
Will do.
Oh, they're dead.
Interesting.
Well, only you can answer that, Warcraft code.
They will burn.
The main difference between HOIP and hype is one is internal and the other is external. Neither is necessarily good or bad, for that matter.
Here we go.
Although I tend to use HOIPed because I tend to not have external hype anymore. That's just because I'm old and gray.
Let's burn them.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
Yeah, Lunae Ruth will be streaming it
Here goes nothing.
at some point. If she's streaming after I'm streaming, then that'll be in about 4 hours from now, roughly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I in no way mean to be a wet blanket, but if you want someone to be excited about Warcraft right now, I am not the person. Because I am not. I'm happy people are excited about it. The new expansion might be good. I'm just...
How do you like that?
I'm not in love with Warcraft anymore.
Fair enough.
I've
Let's
said
do this.
that before, and I'll say it again. I'm glad people are hyped for it. I hope it is good. More good things tends to be a good thing, last I checked. They really like to sidle in this game, don't they? Ah, that's a named. I was wondering why this was taking a minute.
Just give the word.
We'll make short work.
The new leveling system is glorious. I think I've mentioned before, I pushed every class.
What were those things?
I think they're snake women. Medusae, as the scholars call them.
I knew it. This looks like the meds, doesn't it?
Looks bloody disgusting. But yeah, I guess that's it.
Well then, seems we got lucky. Then let's head back to Leafshade.
What the hell was I talking about? Legion was good enough to invest me enough to make me want to level every class to max level. Shadowlands might do the same, just because it is so much easier and so much quicker to do. BFA made me want to level 2 characters, by contrast. You know? I mean, I hate to keep bashing BFA, but... Ah, that darn burning crusade. I just need to quiet down over there. Hey, Chiquita, ciao. I mean, I've been saying that since about Kata on Falkenstein. I do know several people who disagree with me on it, which is fine. We can have disagreements, that's okay. I hope we can. If we can't, then we have a problem. Guys. Oh god, you remember that terrible... I think it was a Season 1 episode of TNG where Picard declared that all... what was it? He said that all disagreements are now null and void. You remember that? God, that was just... That was so early TNG.
For decades, The Moher elves, exiled from Finan Mir, have roamed Io in search of a new home. In Nortander, they were promised lands of their own. But
So, what's the plan? Uh-huh.
I'm curious what differentiates rich apartments from poor apartments, though, Gum Gum.
Let's see.
Look at that, a friendly face. Got news?
Yes, though I'm not sure you'll like it. The ship ran aground and your scout is dead.
Huh, I'd suspected as much already. What about the shipment? Were you able to recover any of the goods?
I think so. Here, we found these potions. Are they what you were looking for?
Let me see. Aye, I think that's them. Great work. It's not enough to treat all of my men, but most of them. Thanks, friend. Once we've recovered, you'll have our full support.
Thank you.
Oh, I know, Justin. Total nonsense. Whoop. Ooh, armor. Armor. Armor.
Interesting.
Whoops.
If you insist.
I think I might start pushing her con up. Start wearing this armor. Like that sucker. What race was worst represented in BFA? There's like 10 who would be equally badly represented by virtue of not being represented, so any of them. Unless you mean like negative representation, in which case... I'd have to think about that.
A treant. Ellen's reigns.
Race? Pass. I don't think any race was particularly negatively represented in BFA. Factions? Sure. Individuals? Absolutely, but not races.
Now would you look at that?
Don't what?
Blazes. What has happened to it?
Clouded. Dark fog. Dying. Please, you. Run. Run now.
Tahar, I don't like the way it's looking at us. I think we should leave.
Poor thing. Unfortunately, I was gonna say, that's probably gonna be a boss fight, but no. I'm actually glad that that's...
The blazes was that? Why did it attack us?
The corruption. It must have taken hold of it.
That's odd. I get how this frenzy could be an elf's reaction to the blood burn, but how likely is it that a treant reacts the same way? Not to mention all the animals.
What are you...
a good damn question. So I would do one of two things, Federation Builder, and as you may or may not be aware, I like to write by committee, or at the very least I like to get consulting when it comes to writing. So I'd ask them what they want to do. But the two options are, one, just cast a different actress, Kirk, very easy, or two, replace Kirk with someone else. We're still trying to figure that out, Jake the Crazy. We are fairly certain it's a magical plague, but that's about as far as we know. I was thinking Pike as well, Vigilant. The only downside with that is Pike really is a very different character from Kirk. But since we're going to restructure so much of TOS anyways, that's not that hard to do. TOS is such a damn mess. No offense to it. There's some really great stuff in TOS. Trust me, I just went back through the series this year. Just 2 months ago. But, oh my god. The dreck of TOS is so awful that it's going to require sweeping changes. So, turning Kirk into someone else, not that far out of bounds. The best thing about TOS? Pass. I can't think of one single thing that is better than anything else in TOS. Unless maybe like one episode or something. Character-driven drama, maybe? It's not really one thing.
Fine.
Yes? Did you find anything?
2 things. There's a treant who is affected by the corruption, which makes it likely that it isn't the Bloodburn that's causing this. Secondly, there are strange pools further down the jungle, and they seem to be tainted somehow. I doubt this was Ellen's doing.
Tainted, you say? But could it be...
What?
Well, something like this happened before. In Finn and Mir, over 2 centuries before. Which means, however, that I know how to solve this problem too. Blast it, why didn't I think of this earlier? I think it's time to let Arlen in on the results of our little expedition. Come, let's talk at the square.
Well, okay. I would say TOS is a definite net positive, but that's because the highs really drag up the lows.
Arlen, our new friend found some interesting news that might be worth talking about.
So, some of you may or may not be aware, I have already done a finale video for TNG and DS9. Actually, it's 2 videos. That'll be going live in March. I'm going to do a finale video for TOS, and what I want to do, just for fun, is I'm going to do a timeline chart kind of a thing, right? The x-axis is going to be the episode, so Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and the y-axis is going to be relative quality, like on just a 1 to 10 scale. Because I have a feeling, visually, what's going to happen is TOS is going to do this as we go throughout the season. I want to see it. I want to actually map it out. But that's not coming out until 2022.
Interesting.
What?
While you were busy praying our sorrows away, our new friend took the initiative and did some scouting. Care to tell him what we found?
Well, the corruption is neither caused by the Bloodburn nor by the Guardians. There are tainted pools down in the jungle which seem to be responsible.
Pools? But...
Yes, Arlen. They have been tainted.
What do you mean? What are those pools and how do we cleanse them from the taint?
They are... how should I put it? The life source of this forest. Apparently there's a cave full of Aria and Lenya beneath Leafshade, which is one of the reasons why this forest is so lush.
So the water is... magical?
Well, not exactly, but it's vital to the forest's survival. If it has somehow been corrupted, which your story suggests it has, that's bad.
And how do we cleanse them? Is this even possible?
Yes, but it's not an easy task. We'll need a lot of resources for that. And our most capable commander, Gilius...
RTS sequence!
Well, if you want to, I can help. I've served as a commander for almost a decade.
I'm not?
If we do that, give you the command over this place until the problem is solved, do you promise by Ellen not to abuse your power?
Yes.
Arlen, what?
Do you promise?
Yes, I do.
Good. Then I will instruct the citizens to follow your command. For now, at least. As I said, cleansing the pools is complicated, but possible. In order to do that, we will need to expand our sector. The ritualists need to have free and safe passage through the jungle.
I will do my best. What do we do once we've secured one of those pools?
Instruct our workers to cleanse them and make sure they are protected. If the animals are as savage as you claim, then they might be a real danger. Now, lest we get started. We've wasted enough time already.
Understood.
Good. Varden, send word to the guards. I will take care of the workers.
Well, that was quick. Let's make sure not to blow our chance.
Okay, so I'm guessing these are the enemies. Yeah, the Bane. It's a shame I don't want to fight the actually cool people up there.
We'll need to secure a path for them first.
Agreed.
Whatever.
You got it.
So we have a couple of options here.
Got it.
I was say I don't want to fight the cool people. I've been enjoying it, Warcraft Code. It's good stuff. There's flaws. I don't want to sound like there aren't. But I am enjoying myself. Right now I'm a little subdued because I'm waiting for this headache to go away. Because I've said it before, headaches just are some of the worst pain because they reduce my ability to do anything else. Most pain I can just kind of live with, but headaches just make me unable to function.
They ambushed us. Those fucking bastards ambushed us.
Who did? What happened?
The Bane. That tattooed whore. One moment it was all normal, then they started slitting our throats.
Shit. They're in control of your outpost now?
No. I'm just here because I wanted to stretch my legs. Good thing you got us that medicine. It worked wonders. They still got far too many of us, but at least some of us made it out alive. Please, friend. I know Arlen put you in charge. Send those fucking fanatics to the claws of Nor where they belong.
But we're working for the Purity. If we tell them that, then maybe...
Pardon my tongue, but I doubt the Bane gives a shit. They say they're acting out Aenir's will, but the truth is, they're just a bunch of radical racist fanatics. And something tells me the man you're working for knows that, even though he doesn't admit to it in public. You need to take them down.
I'll see what we can do.
Yes. Yes, you should. For what it's worth, me and my men should be ready to join the fight soon. And thank you.
All right. The Bane shouldn't be too hard.
That's enough of a force to take down the enemy base right now. Even if we weren't on easy, I guarantee you I could make this happen. I'm not that bad at strategy. I mean, I've already proven that. But I know exactly what you mean, Bamber, and I wish I didn't. But I do. As is, we can probably A-move our way through here. We'll even go up their gullet. Actually, no. Let's not. No. We'll go up the gullet. We'll go up the gullet. Once we're all here. Come on, you lazy sods! Don't you know we're at war? I don't know why that... What? That's stuck in my head for so long. Come on. Come on, a little bit better. There we go. There we go.
Sure. I understand.
Sure. You got it.
Good move.
Will do.
Sure.
Yeah, seltzer water and ginger are two things that help me, too. Hazardous. Yeah, like I said, I'm just a little more subdued. I apologize.
About the wizard. Just give the word. You asked for this.
Sorry, I was like, what about the wizard? Because he can't speak properly.
Yes?
Okay. This totally is Atris. How did you guess?
All right, here goes nothing.
Ah! You picked the wrong enemies.
And I'm not even having to micro my units. I was expecting... Because there's all sorts of things you can do to minimize damage to your troops. And I don't have to do any of this. I'm watching.
That was all of them.
No sign of that tattooed woman, though.
And yeah.
She must have made a run for it.
We win.
You read my mind.
What are Gandalf's powers? That's
Expansion is
actually
the key to
pretty
victory.
complex. And it also depends on which version of Lord of the Rings you're talking. He's an angel, but limited. That's probably the easiest way to put that.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Increased population limit and increases stationary... It serves as a tower, but does not provide workers. Or more workers. As usual, we can conquer everything.
What do we need?
Which we're not going to do for this time. I mean, the elves don't need this territory. They're fine. See you around, Warcraft.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Enjoy the foods.
The Rocker. Let's burn them.
Oh yeah, I need to figure out where my main base is. It's probably somewhere. Somewhere. Aha! I figured out where my base is, guys. Might as well get a cleansing across the board. Why not?
Expansion is the key to victory.
Building completed.
Let's say our resource change should start getting going, and we'll have resources in the west and the northeast. What building's already there? I guess there's the Godstone, but why bother? I suppose I do have resources over here, though. What do we got? Ooh, we got all sorts of things.
Haven't heard from her in a while.
Let's see, I don't see any buildings at all.
Building completed.
We'll go ahead and get some basic resource generation going, just in case we end up needing it.
We've expanded our borders.
Probably won't need it, to be honest, but again, just being cautious. Attack bomber ready for attack bomber ready for attack bomber ready for. Do I have no people down here because I did this? Why, did I actually lose my workers down here because of that? Huh. I have my workers in this region then. Oh, hello.
Building completed.
While we're doing that, upgrade that, just get more lumber. They're already pulling as much lumber as I can. We've already got the stone going as well. I'm going to need food at some point. And honestly, I might as well get food going now. So let's just do that really quick.
Anything on your mind?
Go claim that.
Expansion is the key to victory.
Conquer, conquer. They're waiting on.
The outpost has been built.
Whoop.
We've expanded our borders.
Fire wielders!
Should cancel that. I only have 2 people transiting. That's probably part of the problem right now. Where are all my people up here?
Building completed.
Where are all my people up here? Yeah, I guess I'm doing okay on stone. I'll go ahead and...
Building completed.
Probably don't actually need that if I'm being honest. There, we'll do that. Go over there. Get rid of that. Do we have... Yeah, let's upgrade that.
Oh, what's the plan?
Get more walkers.
We need to get more wood, Scryer.
Yeah. Working on it.
Expansion is the key to victory.
Technically working on it. Okay, we do have plenty of people here. They're getting the food in. So what I need is... let's have you do this. No.
All right, give me a second.
Let's say thank you to Eitri. Eitri's awesome. Eitri's amazing.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Thank you, Eitri. Very much. As always and ever. Do you know where you want those bits to go? Beats? Where do you want those beats to go, man? We're calling them beats from now on, guys. That's a thing from now on. And my supply chains have got to be huge.
Yes.
'Cause I'm still having issues here. I've got one person up here. Let's go ahead and just put them on iron. Beets in porridge? I don't know. That sounds pretty wonky.
Let us see. A
Let's
wonderful day.
Think here. I'm the elves and I'm low on lumber. How apropos. Where are my caravaners? Do I not have caravaners? I hope the meeting went well, Zektaft.
Need scouting?
I don't see anyone transiting resources.
Yes?
Thank you, Colin Beluso. As always. Oh, my areas need to be connected. Huh.
A good spot.
Zaraka.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
So now we have a connected border. Let's see if we, like, immediately start sending off people. Or caravans. Yep, nope. So yeah, they do need to be connected. Okay, I did not know that. I'm wondering why my supply chains is all wonky here, and I'm just like, what the crap? It shouldn't be. Where's the one here? There it is. Original War. Okay. Hang on. It's normally I'd hit the stream breaks, but while this is going on, I can just check this out, so we don't actually have to hit stream breaks. Let's see. Original War. That is a terrifying thing.
You picked the wrong enemies.
Thank you, Ciela, as always. For being so, Sela. I suppose you know the question. And it's Eitree's decision. Well, hang on. I'm looking up what we can do for making this game streamable. 2001's, that's... I'm just gonna say up front, that's probably gonna be a no. But I'm looking it up,
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Hey, lumber is getting distributed finally. Woo! If it's on GOG, I can get it playable, but not streamable, Hazardous. There are plenty of games on GOG I cannot get streamable. In fact, yesterday someone actually crashed my computer while I was trying to get it streamable. Or maybe that was today. I don't know. It's sometime recently. Hey, you can start cleansing. Cleansing, cleansing, cleansing. Get them balls cleansing. Sorry. Yeah, this actually sounds like a really good spot for really digging into the trees. So let's do that. And that.
All right, give me a second.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Okay, so From what I'm looking at, E-Tree, I am going to go ahead and say no. It looks like this is one of those I would have to use a third-party program which may or may not function situations. And in my experience, and in my job, they don't work. And they certainly don't work reliably. So, I'm afraid I am going to have to executive veto that one for streamability reasons. I'm sorry. What's weird is I'm pretty sure I've actually played that game back in the day. Almost positive. Like, it looks really familiar. But I will put that towards Metro Exodus, which I know I can get running. I think it was actually one of those games I'd played a demo of back when the demo CDs were a regular thing. Why is this not... Oh.
We need to gather more wood, Scryer.
Oh, these are separate? Or are these replaced? These are replacements. I'm right, I'm right. Stop questioning yourself, Laura. God. Not that I need those, but, you know, whatever. Although, I probably should. Just get that going. Ow! Do that. There.
We need to gather more wood, Scryer.
Yes, I know. Do it to it. One of these days I might be smart enough to actually figure out how to fully emulate previous versions of, you know, Windows on a box and just use that to bypass all those issues. Just kind of like brute force the streamability gap out of existence. Yeah, I've noticed we're a little low on lumber. I'm not sure why. I wonder if we have a limited amount of caravans, and that's kind of the issue.
Building completed.
Which one's this one? Ah, down here. And now we can get that going.
It will only take a second.
I do like how the game lets you basically go into resource debt. No, I mean that sincerely. Hey, there's loot there.
Here. We might want to tell the Scryers about this.
Total Annihilation kind of lets you do something similar. It's actually really rare that a strategy game lets you go into resource debt.
We've expanded our borders.
Usually, you know, you have to have the gold on hand to make the thing. Now, if you don't understand why I say that and why that's a cool thing, the idea... Oh, like, nowhere, Colin Peluso. I'm aware of the story beats, obviously, but I got nowhere in that game. I didn't even get past the intro. The idea is it's kind of like queuing buildings or queuing production, but the idea is you can't actually build it until the resources are there. So it's sort of... Oh, hang on.
More here leave Finn and Mir in the first place. Everybody I've asked so far gave me a different answer to that question.
Well, in a nutshell, because they had a disagreement with the Elder Council. They were convinced that the Council weren't serving Ellen and the Guardians anymore, but themselves. Which is true to an extent. Finn and Mir is an aristocracy.
And that's why they were thrown out.
Pretty much. They weren't well liked in Elven society anyway. Back when I was a novice, calling someone a Morhir was an insult.
What did it mean?
Being ignorant, backwards-looking, prudish, and overly religious.
We have a word like that in English, too. Yes, I have played Planetary Annihilation. I wanted to like it more than I did, but I did play it, and it was, you know, enjoyable-ish. So, the point of the resource debt is it's kind of like pre-ordering in a really weird way. You can queue up orders for buildings and units and research, and you can be like, here, chunk, 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 chunk. And obviously none of that's going to happen until the resources are there, but you've effectively auto-allocated those resources. So the moment those resources are brought in, they immediately get outputted to the debt. Hence why I call it a resource debt. It's a really cool method of being able to give the player another option to queue up things, and funnily enough, is also pretty accurate to how real-life governmental and military construction tends to go.
Let's see.
I don't know too much about this in other countries in modern times, but both the United States in modern times and a lot of countries historically would get the stuff built or purchased or consumed and then pay for it, basically doing a resource debt in real life. And then problems would arise when they wouldn't pay those debts, and in some cases those countries are still paying those debts to this very day, centuries later. No, really. Still, it is an interesting concept. Is that everywhere? Yep, nope, we've conquered. We are super conquering. And yeah, as long as you have people, still have resources to get and people gathering resources, then you can pay off the worker debt, or the resource debt, excuse me. Speaking of which. You'll notice I am just now starting to catch up on my lumber debt. Lend-Lease, yeah, Lend-Lease is a style of this kind of thing that was happening in World War II. Although, that was a little bit of politics, too. But we don't want to get into that. That was a whole thing. And people disagree to this day on what should have been done with that one.
A wonderful day.
I still have one lumber I need up here. That's hysterical. Well, let's go into debt some more. Like you do.
We need to gather more wood, Scryer.
And stone, apparently. We're going to start needing stone. I do think, yeah, we're pulling in stone. We got tons of stone banked. So we don't need to worry about stone. You, on the other hand... Oh, they're already done with that.
We need to gather more wood, Scryer.
Just building up my lumber debt. Don't mind me. Okay. And they're putting that, they're putting that. My people are still pushing stuff around. I think I'm kind of at the point where I'm just sort of waiting. Except these already have 4. These do already have 4. So let's go ahead and do that. There was more to it than that, of course, Walker, but yeah, no, that's accurate. It may sound weird to say from historical context, but there were people in the States who were very anti-fighting Germany back during World War II. It is probably worth noting that the people then do not know what we know now, before you think too harshly of them. And the number of German immigrants in the 40s in the United States was huge. Still is, really. The States were also going through a pretty severe anti-military bend at that point in time.
We need to gather more wood, Scryer.
I would say yes, Colin Peluso. They'd miss out on details, but, you know, they'd still get the basics. That's the important part. I mean, yeah. Countries interfering with other countries' military and political affairs was so commonplace for so many centuries that when they were founding the United States of America, one of the things that they were writing into some of the initial documents was, we will never interfere with other countries' affairs. I don't mean anything by that, it's just a statement of fact. We don't have any smelters, do we? I'll admit I've never done a deep dive on that, Adris, but from what I understand, there have been... it is possible that that is true. That's the simplest way to phrase that. I don't know, though.
Well then.
Still paying off our lumber debt. Are we up to... No, we're not.
Ellen blesses us with her rains.
Still working off our lumber debt before we can really progress. Although, we should be able to... Yep, we can do this one now. See, unlike some governments, I pay off my debts.
Building completed.
Because I understand the purpose and value of debt.
Building completed.
They're about ready to go. There we go. Yeah, there were a surprisingly large number of nations and companies were doing business with Nazi Germany, up to and including the early parts of the war.
We will be swift.
Sardines are things that I would like if they weren't so fishy and slimy. I don't mind the salt. Looks like we're doing okay on... Yeah, I was saying, lumber's still coming in, but we're getting there. And that's where we at on this. Almost done for that one. I think. Maybe. Yep, I'm right. Thank you very much, SDR. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you want to put that towards something, let me know. And it shall be done. What if I don't like it, though, Zach Teft? What if I hate it? I won't hate it. But what if I don't like it? Only time will tell. Is this guy done yet? No. Why? Oh, that's fine. There, we'll do that. I've never had slimeless sardines, no. Okay, is this one done? Yep, that one's done. And that one's on its way. And that one just started, so that's going to be a minute.
Yes.
You move there in the interim. Let's build up our infrastructure while we're at it.
Damn it. It is more complicated than I thought.
Do they not need a smelter over here? Well, since we're doing so much better on our lumber debt, I'm actually going to do that. Set up a smelter. That's going to be... Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, but I figured keeping it in the same area will reduce the need for caravans.
Building completed.
Well, I'm not at the pro StarCraft level sector. I'm like 4 or 5 steps below that. I'm like a bronze.
Building completed.
That is kind of you to say, Tessie. I do say with certainty I could probably be a bronze if I put work into it. I'm not sure past that, though. I'm really not.
Inspected? Let's tell the scryers about it in case one of the workers hasn't done it already.
Of course, of course. There. Just in case we need any of that infrastructure. No defenses at all. Bronze is the lowest rank, but... This is going to sound like a strange statement, but you have to... I've talked about this before, mostly with regards to speedrunning. Even being on the map is an accomplishment. Some people don't think of it like that, but it's true. Like, if you are good enough to get to, you know, the point where you are on the map at all, if you are in the rankings, then you're doing well. So, you know, if you're doing well enough to be bronze, as I like to think of it, then you're doing pretty well. Like, I would say I'm a bronze at Mega Man X. I'm probably a silver at Super Metroid. I don't actually know what StarCraft 2's rankings are. I'm just going off of my own. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond.
Now would you look at that?
Building completed.
Gotta get some food going. That's true, Cat Horse. It's irrelevant to run in the race unless you are in very first place. Nothing else matters.
Nothing. Kill everyone until you are first.
Or, I mean...
It's done, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. Is it over?
I don't think so. Despite everything we did, I can still feel something. A touch of the taint still lingering in the forest. But we already have a suspicion what that might be.
The Treant.
Yes. And while you were cleansing the corrupted pools, we've been searching the tomes for a spell.
A spell? You mean it's possible to cleanse the Treant too?
Well, there's no certainty, but we hope so. As for the cleansing ritual, this magic hasn't been used for centuries. Still, it's our best chance. And you should be the one carrying out the task.
What? Why?
Because, from what I've been told, I doubt the Treant will let you speak to it without resistance. Remember, the corruption still has it in its grip. In other words, what you need to do is to fight the Treant until it's weakened. And then use the spell on it. The rest lies in Ellen's hands.
All right, then teach me that spell.
I will. Close your eyes for a moment. Valeth Sareswen, Joras Varltar. So, did it work?
I think so, yes.
Good. Then use it at the right moment, when the Treant is weakened enough. Now go. And good luck. My prayers are with you.
Yes?
I was about to say, oh, there it is, Ellen's Kiss. It's right there. I only had 2 abilities slotted anyways, so, by coinkydink, it auto-slotted for me.
Ellen blesses us with...
Checking my supply lines here. Finally got some iron bricks coming in. Let's go ahead and pull these out of here. We probably don't need any of those, actually.
Building completed.
Like, we don't need to maintain the shrines, right? Right? As they slowly get more corrupted.
Yes?
I saw that, Von Falkenstein. I just haven't had a need for it yet. It's a neat little thing, though.
Got it.
Ellen blesses us with her brains.
Fair, Von Falkenstein. We'll see if I ever even get to that level.
All right, here we go. Arlen's... Bet we should cast the spell once the Treant is weakened.
However, we're supposed to do that.
Just focus. We can do this.
Building completed.
We are here to help you.
I'm only getting started.
It actually sounds kind of cool, Tessie. I do hope you have fun. I suppose more to the point, I hope you learn something.
Building completed.
I understand.
Sure, you got it. Yes. That's it! Cast the spell, now!
Well, don't die. Don't die. Doing okay, big guy?
Interesting.
Did it work?
I think so. Can you hear us?
Yes. Here. Taint gone. soldiers need sleep.
Huh. I think we should report back to the village now. Arlen and Varden will be thrilled to hear the news.
You got it. Like I said, I'm sure you'll learn something, Tessie. And if not, you'll probably have some fun. And if you don't have fun, well, that's what the knife is for. Double. Yeah, I agree. We need more good teachers in life. It's an important thing. Actually, that doesn't make any sense at all to me, Gum Gum, but state mandating economics for individuals is something that's a little unusual. Is that farm like a vineyard? No, okay, it's got other stuff. I was gonna say. Let's go ahead and get a little bit more of that going. We got the room for it. They're doing fine.
Salga Sevrante.
They're just doing that. These guys aren't doing anything. I don't know what to do with you. Let's just get some bonus food going, shall we? We're already grabbing that from there. They're still pulling in the iron and the stone. I think we're pretty well resourced out. I'm not very well defended, but I'm kind of deliberately assuming I don't need to.
Let's see. Fenrir, it's done.
So, the spell worked?
Yes, it was a hard fight, but the treant is cleansed. The corruption seems to be over.
That is remarkable. Ellen must have truly smiled upon you.
Maybe.
Truth be told, it's a bit ironic that it was a human who saved our people from this plague. And I'm just glad it's over.
Don't get your hopes up, Varden. Those humans who took over the Nortander camp, the Bane, they'll be back.
Be that as it may, we held our end of the bargain. Will you help us?
Yes. Yes, we will. I've said it before, we are a small people, but you will have our help whenever you need it. We will send you a scryer and a division of our best soldiers and craftsmen to support your cause.
You'll have to give us time, though. A couple of days, maybe. We have to pick up the pieces the corruption left first. Where can we find you?
We've set up camp in a valley in Iskander. We can leave you a map.
Yes, do that. I'd invite you to stay for some days, but I'm assuming you have another matter to attend to.
A lot of them, actually.
Well then, this is goodbye. Thank you again for everything, friend. And may Ellen guide you.
Well, cool. Good night, Myron. You do have a good one. And hey, they've got nice bases set up. I really hope I don't have to conquer them later. That would just be an issue. Let's go with that. Tell you one thing, trickle-down economics is stupid, but trickle-down equipment, that is a totally valid thing. So welcome to my Protoss city.
Seems like the Moorhair elves have arrived. Good.
Yeah, just be careful.
Why?
Well, that scryer they sent, she claims to know you. I think she was there in Leonon.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. I'll talk to her as soon as I get the chance.
Ah. Which is right now.
Wait, aren't you...
Scryer Elion from Leonon. Yes. I'm the Scryer Finrior and Merilith sent to lead the Moorhair troops who'll be supporting your cause. Actually, I was hoping you'd come by. I think we should have a talk, shouldn't we?
You owe me an apology.
That's putting it lightly. Many men and women died that day. And just because of me. Which is another reason why I'm happy they sent me here. It's a chance to make up for what I did. Though that does not mean that your commander, General Noria, didn't also play a role in this. His reputation was well known, even among us.
Can we talk about what happened in Leonon?
What more is there to say? I suspected your general would order to purge the village, and I overreacted. It was a stupid mistake, and I wish it hadn't ended that way. Though I somehow doubt that we could have come to a diplomatic solution anyway.
I would like to train the elves.
Well, if you have the coin, I might be able to help. Let's see.
Hey, look! A vendor. I'll take your money. Thank you. Now, where is... There he is. I think it's him. Mr. Loverboy. Let's go talk to Loverboy. What do they do about the other real estate problems? Because housing is only a small fraction of the real estate industry.
Yes, yes. Have you come to see the fruits of my labor?
Yeah, what you got? A two-handed weapon. Dexterity-based, looks like a spear. Interrupts spellcasting on hit, and your attacks automatically hit an additional target. That's nice. Now, it's a bit of a dex weapon, which I literally don't have, but... And I don't have the money.
Farewell.
But, you know. Okay, so...
Yes?
Let's see what's going on up here. Spears are awesome. Someone was asking me, I think it was yesterday, my favorite weapon types, and spear was one of the ones that came to mind immediately. In real life, too. Although that's not quite true. More like bows. B-O. Like a bow staff.
Huh? Never mind. I'll be going. Now would you look at that?
Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
Can you tell me more about your abilities? What's it like to be a Dreamweaver?
Well, I suppose trying to explain that to someone who isn't is like explaining what water feels like to someone who never swam before. It's strange. I can sense things. Emotions, thoughts. But also the echoes of such. If I enter a place where someone has died, I feel that person's sorrow. That person's fear. My mind, my consciousness, it's open. I know that might sound very vague, but it's the best I can do.
Goodbye.
Huh?
Can you tell me more about your craft? About demonology?
And why's that? Thinking about a career change?
I'm just curious.
Are you? I hope you do realize that demonology isn't a forbidden school for no reason. Most people who mess with it die. But sure, if you have questions, ask.
Let's start with the basics. What's the core principle of demonology?
It's simple. You study demons and their powers, and bind them to your will. And thus you gain access to their powers. Take a devourer. Once you've studied and subdued her to your will, you can access her strength. And I'm not talking about merely summoning her. You can channel her powers.
How is that supposed to work? Channeling their powers.
Hard to describe. Just imagine that the demon becomes a part of you. You connect it with your magic, so to speak. And when needed, you can call on it to help you. It's not just the power that comes with it. It's also the feeling. Channeling the essence of a Zarek Nar, a tribe-eater. It's a feeling that compares to nothing else in this world. You can't understand it till you've done it.
So in order to bind them, you need to beat them in battle, correct?
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah. In a nutshell, that's it.
And I'm guessing that's what makes it so dangerous.
Among other things, yes. What can also happen is that your body simply can't handle a demon's unleashed essence. It can cause a brain rupture similar to what these masks the Purity use. And, to be honest, that happens to 8 out of 10 students of demonology. They subdue a demon, get excited, and let all their energy rush in at once. As a result, their brains explode like a watermelon hit with a warhammer.
So, why exactly is demonology forbidden?
Because it's dangerous. And because demonologists can be extremely powerful. More than some members of the ruling caste would like to see.
Is there a limit to how many demons you can bind?
No. If there were, I wouldn't still be traveling after all this time.
Interesting. Thanks for the insight.
Sure.
So I've been looking around here. And just based on what I would normally call interface spoilers, it looks like I'm going to get at least 2 more groups recruited based on the layout of the base. I could be wrong, of course. By the way, I love this. Advanced main quest, 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 advanced main quest. But what I want to do is leave forever. Sick of this place. This place sucks. I don't even have any... I don't have enough pylons. Sorry. I mean, if you think about it, a Protoss base without pylons would really suck. It's like, oh, right. Well...
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage Wars, the city has its own mountain of problems to struggle with.
Yes, interesting.
Uh-huh.
What now?
We need to find the archaeologist. His name was... let me think. But the Creators Guild might be a good place to start. As far as I know, he asked them for funding. Come, let's go.
They will fall.
Hello, Slim Jim Reborn. Alright, let's see if I can find the merchant who sells the other 50 things. It's Vandalia! I knew it! Ugh. Vandalia, why are you not here selling me goblin parts? First of all, put that towards the randomizer, and second of all, thank you very, very much for the sub, as always.
Daggers, swords, everything for the win.
Hey! There's the other 50, so I need 100, right? Just straight 100? Because if so, I'm good to go.
Farewell.
I don't know what those treks would be like. I'm at 100. I don't know what those treks would be like in the Kelvin timeline, because Kelvin timeline got that kick in, you know, the shot in the arm, technologically speaking, and advanced way faster thanks to Borg infusion. I suppose TNG would be more like Voyager in terms of overall development and production. DS9 would have been interesting since they would have been way more advanced, and the Dominion War would have started earlier because the Dominion would have been more afraid of the Federation and thus would have wanted to get the jump on them as quickly as possible. Voyager? I don't know. I mean, Voyager would have been completely the same, let's be honest, because they were already so stupidly over...
We need to protect him, and you're the only one who can, please. This is my baby boy we are talking about. Just don't do this.
I wish I could, Madame, but my hands are tied. I cannot afford to work for free, and you know that as much as I do. Your boy will have to find someone else to help him.
Fine. I get it. All this lofty talk of yours is just a charade, isn't it? You're doing it for the money.
That's not...
Rot in the claws of Norhagar. We're done.
Let's see. What was that about? What did she want from you?
Oh, you mean... nothing. Just an armor.
For her baby boy?
God damn it. Say, who are you? You look like military, but you're not wearing a crest.
Former military.
Ah, a veteran. All right then. I hope I don't regret this, but my gut tells me you people are good folk. I'm helping people. Mages.
Oh, we're good folk. Stab!
How?
Well, it's not a secret that this new cult, the Purity of Light, is out for blood. Yes, here in Everlight, it isn't by far as bad as in Greyfell. But still, there's a lot of hatred going around. Just 2 moons ago, a young mage, a woman, was kidnapped and found dead in the river 2 days later. You'd have to be quite deluded to not see how messed up that is. So I decided to help. I've lived in Everlight all my life and know every rat's hole and alley. And my profession allows me to move in and out of the city without arousing suspicion.
I think I see where this is going. You're smuggling mages out of the city.
Yes, I guess that's what I do.
That's noble.
Don't say that. It's what every servant of Tiara should do.
Are you a mage too?
Huh, if I were, I would have left that city long ago. No, I'm not. I just like to think of myself as a man who doesn't stand by and watch while things like the Purity happen.
Can't these mages just go on their own?
In theory, yes. Everlight's a free city. But there's mage haters everywhere. Also among the guard and the scouts, and if someone finds out they've left, well, outside the walls, they are fair game. So an escape needs to be meticulously planned.
I see. So what exactly did that woman want? She seemed worried about her son.
Yeah, it's a tragic story. Her boy is gifted, their neighbors found out, and now she's rightfully worried. Thing is, I'm out of money, and the, transfers aren't exactly cheap. I have horses to pay, the ferryman, and guards to bribe. She wants me to help her for free, and as much as I'd like to, I hardly have enough money to run that smithy here anymore. And also, ever since those 2 mage brothers disappeared, other mages have become reluctant to seek my help.
Mage brothers?
I don't know. I'm not sure we should continue this conversation, really. I've already told you way too much.
I mean, you could tell me, or I can kill you.
Maybe we can help.
You? But, I'm not sure.
Sarek's fangs, don't be an idiot. We're mages too, and if we'd wanted to sell you out, we would have done it by now.
Well, I guess you're right. Then let's make this brief. 5 days ago, 2 brothers, both of them mages, showed up in my smithy and asked to be smuggled out of the city. They paid in advance, and I made all the arrangements. But the night the escape should have taken place, they simply didn't show up.
That's odd.
Yeah, well, actually, I think I know what happened. The Sacred Purifier, as he styles himself.
I'm guessing he's from the Purity.
Actually not, or at least not to my knowledge. He has his lackeys, but he mainly works on his own.
Who is he and what does he do?
Some kind of vigilante. I have no idea why he does what he does, but he and his people kidnap mages and torture them for days. Then when he has broken them entirely, he gouges their eyes out, kills them, and leaves their bodies out in the open for everyone to see.
Helen's reigns.
What's funny is, I'm almost positive I saw someone, in fact, I think it was over here. Like, here-ish? Maybe up here somewhere? Where there was a mage whose eyes were gouged out, which had Sinner branded on their forehead.
You seem to know a lot about him. How?
Everyone in Everlight knows about him. Only a week ago they found another mutilated body. Thing is, he's only killing mages, so the guards' attempts to find him and put him to justice have been half-hearted at best.
And you think he's taken your clients?
Yes. They told me someone was out for them, and the pattern fits. Had it simply been a bunch of brawlers, their bodies would have been found by now.
How much time do they have left?
Well, as I said, it was 5 days ago that they disappeared. The Purifier kills on the 7th day, so things aren't looking too bright.
We'll find them. Any idea where the Purifier might have taken them?
Wait, you? This man is dangerous. You know that, right? Otherwise, I would have taken steps myself already.
We can handle ourselves. Trust me.
I don't feel good about this, but fine. I've investigated a little, and according to a traveler, a man who fits the description of the Purifier has been seen in a camp in the Everlight outskirts.
Did you tell the guard about this traveler?
No, because as I said, there are lots of people in Everlight who sympathize with him, even in the guard. If I told them, it's possible they'd simply tell him to move.
Blazes. Is it really that bad?
Maybe not, but I can't afford to take any risks. It's better to know where the wolf is hiding.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
And thank you. For doing what you do, I mean.
Well, you're the ones taking on the murdering psychopath. The brothers you're looking for are tall. Brown hair, brown eyes, and in their early 30s. They are twins, so you won't have trouble identifying them. I'll be waiting here.
Okay. Well. Yeah, we're a full party of mages. Almost to a man. So that should be interesting.
Sacred Purifier. That's just messed up.
We'll deal with him.
One way or the other. I was actually just running it through it in my head, and yeah, I'm pretty sure we are 100% mages. So far. When we get the new super secret hidden character, which is actually a golem we build, they won't be a mage. It won't be a mage. Yeah, I think Voyager, to go back to that thing, even though Vendale is probably left by now, I think Voyager would probably just come back. I mean, they already have, you know, quadrant-wide teletransporters in that setting. I think coming back from the Delta Quadrant would be like coming back from, you know, go to the grocery store for the Kelvin timeline.
Now would you look...
One of many reasons why the Kelvin timeline is kind of stupid.
You're an adventurer, aren't you? Come, take a look. I'm sure I've got something that might spark your interest. A fair offer.
There, we have the perfume. Still don't see the other gobbo bits.
Got it.
That's one of the... But yeah, that's one of the things I don't like about the Kelvin timeline, is they boost the tech levels to... Like, Star Trek's already pretty advanced, but they completely blow off the limiter in the Kelvin timeline. Oh my god. Excuse me. I'm trying not to hiccup on camera. Failing at it.
Yes? Want to trade?
Yeah, do you sell any goblin pieces? Ew, no. Oh, then...
Fair offer.
Possibly Eitri. I'm just going to check really quick while I'm here. If not, I'm just going to go and, you know, do the quests.
No, Penelope. You cannot do this to me. He loudly screamed, full of pain and anguish. Penelope softly
Hey, goblin meat.
glance.
The whole thing, please.
Drifted off towards the merciless and cold winter sky.
There. We now have lots of goblin meat. Yeah, it was. We had, and it shows. Lord, it shows. I don't know. I admit, the older I get, the more I think in the direction of more down to earth, less spectacle. Just across the board. Movies, shows, games. I can appreciate a good high-tier story, don't mistake me. I enjoy Warcraft and Kingdom Hearts plenty, thank you very much. But I tend to get more enjoyment from something that's a little bit more grounded. You know, if I see... We were talking about this during the TIE Fighter run. If I see an Imperial Star Destroyer, that should be a big freaking deal. Not a Tuesday, you know?
Brightly like the fires of
Why haven't you moved?
Oh, my foot.
What the hell is wrong with these people? Let's go!
A bitter tear.
I think they were just mesmerized by his recitation.
As if slyly...
God, come on. Let's go, let's go. He's still reciting that off in the distance. You see that? Good Lord. Oh, Spideys. Smashy, smashy. Racial trait. Incredibly good ears. You can hear conversations across entire cities.
They will burn.
There. That might be the Purifier's camp.
Yeah. Let's hope the Mage Brothers are still alive.
I gotta be 100% honest. Right now, I hope they're not.
That's the twins. Shit.
I know you are here. What do you want? You should choose your words carefully.
You're blind.
I am.
Are you the Sacred Purifier?
That's what Aenir named me, yes. You came here for the twins, I take it. They are dead. They did not withstand my trials. I believe Joseph put them into that cage over there, in case you would like to convince yourself.
Blazes.
Well, I've never played either in 5th edition Ventures, so I have no idea. But in all previous editions, Sorcerer. I don't like memorizing spells. Welcome home, who cares?
So you're killing in the name of the purity?
The purity? No. I kill for purity. I do not know much about this Rondar Lacane and his servants, and it does not matter, because soon my time on this world will end.
Sooner than you think. Now, hang on. I want to see what he has to say.
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. It was never Aenir's will for me to live a long life. He has chosen me for his task, and I have now almost purified 47 people, just as much time as my miserable shell has spent on this world.
What the heck are you talking about?
I have been blind since birth. All the colors, all the shapes, all the joys of this world. I could not see them. For years and years, I considered my disability a curse. I hated the Guardians. I hated the All-Father. I hated my mother for giving birth to me. And it was only 1 year ago that the All-Father spoke to me, and that I finally understood.
What did you understand? That you have to gouge out people's eyes?
Yes. I understood that blemishes like my lack of vision are not a curse, but a punishment. You see, my mother was a whore. She was twisted, impure, sinful, and left me right after I was born. It was a miracle I survived that long. My scourge is the result of my mother's corruption.
You mean you're blind because your mother was a whore?
Yes, and it is the same with every blemish, including magic. They are a reminder of our fathers and mothers' failures. So the All-Father offered me a bargain. The only way to save the blemished is to purify them, the way I do. Pain, suffering, and ultimately death. If I were to do this on 47 sinners, the same as the number of years my wretched shell has lived on this world, I would be able to purify myself.
I don't get it. Even if what you said was true, why would you kill the children of the sinners instead of the sinners themselves? It's not their fault they were born that way.
You are naive, stranger. There is no fault and no guilt in Aeneir's deeds. Yes, these people did not choose to be the way they are, but it does not change their nature. A dog does not choose to go feral, yet it needs to be removed.
But why do you gouge out your victim's eyes? Why would Aeneir want that?
It is my mark. I am the one Aeneir chose to liberate them, so I inflict them with the same blemish that defines me. It is only logical.
Well, not really.
Purify yourself?
Do the same to me that I have done to them. Yes. My body is only an instrument, stranger. And the day that it is no longer needed, it shall be discarded.
I have a weird feeling this guy could use some milk with those Cocoa Puffs, because holy crap.
All right. You will kill no more people. This ends here and now.
That was my plan all along. Joseph, Hawk, kill them.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm a bear who hits with fire and ice damage, so... I mean, I can stop with I'm a bear.
Come, let's get back to Haggard.
You need to understand, it's perfectly logical that I brutally murder people. After all, that's simply how the universe works. I can't even do it. I can't even mock him properly. Sheesh.
Got it.
There's crazy with a capital. Yeah, sorry, dire bear. Oh no, the voice acting's great. I've actually already given 2 positive for voice acting, and I stand by that.
You're back. So, did you find him?
Yes. He's dead. But so are the mages.
Blazes. I knew this would happen. Oh, god damn it. Well, at least you put this bastard to justice.
Listen, Haggard. The political situation in Everlight isn't gonna get better anytime soon. And it's more than likely that someone will get behind what you're doing. I found out, and it wasn't hard. I'm actually looking for a capable smith.
You? But what about the mages here in Everlight?
They will still need help. But you can't help them if you're dead. Back in my camp, we're mages too. And we'll do everything to keep them safe.
That's not a decision I can make on the spot, friend. Let me think about it, will you? Where can we meet should I decide to join you?
I have a scout stationed here in Everlight. Just talk to him once you've made up your mind. Think about it.
I will.
I mean, in fairness, I am, a PC, so I tend to find out about things. It's sort of my job. Von Falkenstein is probably a good person to ask about Spellforce 1 and 2, since I imagine he's played them. If he hasn't, then you may remove his other pinky. You have my permission. It's acceptable, you see, because Though it is no fault, nor indeed guilt of his own, his lack of knowledge on the matter, it still must be acknowledged there is a mathematical judicial process, very legal and proper, that must be followed in order to ensure the annotation of society leaves the mark it needs to upon our passing. In so doing, he will ensure his proper allocation of debt removal into the universe's bias against his own predisposed ignorance. Any questions?
We'll make short work of them.
Anyways, yeah, Spellforce 1 and 2 are both very much in the streamability gap. Will probably not be streamed. So, yay.
Here we go.
Why ain't that off in the way, E-Tree?
That way. All right.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Hey, do you mind if I rob you, sir? Thanks.
Understood.
Oi, that's a 2,000 gold. Never mind, you have sharp things. Yes, I do. Alright. Let's see. Do I just go into the sewers to get the sewers quest? Because I can go there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it in there? Or where was it? Hang on. There. Okay. Doesn't matter, okay. Can I just walk over here? Actually, maybe I could. Oh, whatever. I wonder if there's any mods for this game. Oh, nice, Von Falkenstein. Let's try this. What do we got? Mods. A prologue skip. That's funny. Bunch of community patches, probably because the whole bad launch problem we already mentioned.
The hardest thing about business is minding your own.
This is a first-person
There are few
mod.
cities where this proverb rings truer than in Everlight. With an underworld almost as large as a surface city, a provider can be found for almost every dark desire. However, the syndicates and gangs of Everlight have mastered the art of staying out of sight. Mostly, they do their business either behind closed doors or in the innumerable tunnels and sewers that run under the city like a web of veins, oozing with black blood.
Nice place.
Got it.
Like it already.
Place, wrong time.
All right,
cutthroats.
here goes nothing.
Take him down.
And they're dead.
For the fire wielders!
Get ready.
I mean, I do like me some armor.
All right, here goes nothing.
Why not, Venters? It'll probably go on sale. It usually does.
You'll regret this.
Focus, Syria. Focus.
What the heck, Bragwin? For those of you not reading chat, what Bragwin just said is snake people. Snake people. Look like snake. Taste like people.
Let's do this.
Wait a minute.
What's the plan?
Let's burn them.
That's the plan. See the explosions?
This isn't personal.
You got it.
I do prefer it when people kill me for reasons that aren't personal, you know? It's all detached and, you know, businesslike. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, I'm afraid I must execute you. Oh, yes, terribly sorry. Oh.
Get ready.
Do be quick about it, please. Of course, of course. I do have a 3:15 execution to make as well. Oh, of course, I understand completely. Do you mind if I have one last bit of tea before you execute me? Of course, of course. Here you go, sir. That is a sporting good bit of tea. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, of course.
Let's see.
Now, if you'll excuse me. Stab. Ugh.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Before I die,
Yes, is there something else I can do for you?
do me a favor. Tell my tailor I'll be late for my appointment.
All right, here goes nothing.
Excuse me, sir. Bob will be late for his appointment. Why? Well, I just executed him out in the streets. Oh, do I dare say. Will he be rescheduling? No, I don't think he'll be back. You will have to settle affairs with his wife, I'm afraid. Oh, of course, of course.
For the fire wielders!
Very good, carry on.
More lost souls. What a pleasant surprise. How do you like that?
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Now would you look at that?
You picked the wrong enemies. Sure.
Ooh. I have the perfume. Right there. All the ceilings like 40 feet tall in this place. Jeez. Is that it? That's gotta be it.
Yes.
You can see it
Let's
first.
see.
Excuse me, sir. I desire thy destruction. Terribly sorry about it.
Walking corpses. Take them down.
Yes?
As the epic battle waging.
You'll regret this.
Focus, Area. Focus.
Five.
What? More of them. This place is a bloody graveyard.
Yes. There you go. Epic battle. It's like those shadow puppets, you know. And then he attacked. Then the bear swiped. Or like when you used to have those action figures and you didn't really know what you were doing, so what you do is you just go with them, you know, just smack them against each other. It's a ring. Gook. Alright, what is this ring? Reduce all ability focus cost by 20%, increase focus regen, and a bit of black. What's big? I will take that. Put that on. I'll put that on me, actually. There we go.
Let's see.
Okay. On with the quests.
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there, though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage Wars.
What's next?
It is possible there's just some RNG element too on Falkenstein. We've already seen that one ring was different. No, not the one ring. That one ring. Completely different ring. This is the one ring.
They will burn.
I don't know if I can wear it. Eh, not quite. I mean, I could. It would work. And that would be rather uncomfortable. You can't even tell it's there, too. You can probably can't even tell it's on my finger at all. You even see that thing? Ah, whatever.
You asked for this.
Damn it, Walker.
Whatever's necessary.
No, you gotta chuckle. You gotta chuckle. You get 2 chuckle points. There you go.
Sure.
What do we need?
Nothing over here. Where the hell does this game want me to go? How do I get down there? I guess... How do I get down there?
Get ready!
I don't know how to get down there. The pathfinding doesn't seem to know how to either. Oh, excuse me. Like, I keep looking around for there's like a boat to rent or something, but none of these seem interactable.
Here we go.
I have no idea. I'm Falkenstein.
Now would you look at that?
Good move.
Oh. Let's see if we can actually rent a boat. Excuse me, sir.
Huh? Help you with something?
Send me over or die.
I want to cross over there. How much will that cost?
25 gold. And no haggling.
Stab.
I want to cross the lake.
Sure. Where to? Got it. Hop in.
Okay. Dang. I was hoping for a teleport thing down here. Oh well.
As a neutral, apolitical association of mages solely devoted to the study of magic, the members of the Creators Guild were among the few gifted that remained neutral during your father's war.
Apolitical
Though
mages.
not comparable to the great universities of Kalaya, it is safe to say that Fiara owes many of its magical and technological advancements to them.
Here we are. Impressive.
And there's people down the hall. We should...
Interesting. We do not get visitors often these times.
Who are you?
I'm Undergast. I suppose you could call me the head of the guild. I sensed someone was coming and that someone had an intriguing aura. Now I know who it is. You are Isamo Tahar's child, are you not?
How do you know?
Well, I have studied Isamo Tahar's magic quite extensively, especially since the end of the Mage Wars. He was a remarkable man. Yours and his magical aura have a lot of similarities.
A remarkable man?
Yes.
Does that mean you supported him?
No, that is not what I said. I merely stated that he, as a mage and a man, was remarkable, unusual or special, and therefore surprising or worth mentioning. My opinion on the war is an entirely different matter.
How are our auras similar?
Well, hard to say. You can simply tell that you're related. And there's something else about you that is, well, strange.
Right.
I get that a lot. Could you elaborate?
It is hard to say. There's something peculiar about you. An oddity in your aura which I cannot make sense of. I'm sorry. Either way, I assume you are here for a reason. How may we, the little that is left of us, help you?
I was wondering if you could tell me more about the Creators Guild.
Maybe I should begin with the question, what do you know about us already?
I know that you are a neutral association of mages that didn't participate in the Mage Wars. That's about it.
Well, and that is about the core of our guild. We are mages devoted to study, science, and the preservation of knowledge, and we do not involve ourselves in political conflict. We were founded in the year 231 by a woman named Goddess Bowdry. Ever since, the Creators Guild has been a constant in the ever-changing political landscape of Northander.
So you are the leader of the guild?
While I do not see myself as such, but yes, the majority of the guild considers me its leader.
The ferryman told me about an attack on the guild after the Mage Wars. He said it was the reason that there are so few mages left on the island. Is that true?
Yes, but it was not just the attack. There was also an internal disagreement.
That attack, how did it end? Am I right to assume you stopped it?
Of course. They were trying to kill us, so we fought back and killed them instead. At least until their morale was broken. Looking back, I think that this display of power was something we should have done earlier. Only because we were peaceful, the people who attacked us assumed that we were defenseless. They will not make the same mistake again.
That's a very dry way of seeing it.
If by dry you mean that it lacks the emotional aspect most people would add to a statement like this, then yes, I suppose it is. But again, it was not only the attack that diminished our numbers, but also a disagreement we had within the guild.
What kind of disagreement?
I would prefer not to talk about it. I am sorry.
I'm guessing the disagreement was some people think we should get involved, and some people think we shouldn't.
Actually, we're here for a reason. We're investigating the Bloodburn. Is there anything you or your guild knows about it?
The Bloodburn? You're studying it?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Interesting. No, we do not know more about it than most alchemists or apothecaries at this point, though our general consensus is that we doubt the corporeal origin of the plague. There is magic involved in it.
Well, you're right about that. It's magical, and it's connected to the Shapers.
The Tsarland, that's interesting. Say, would you mind to tell me more? You seem to know a lot of variables which we are not aware of yet.
I'll tell you, but we should find somewhere to sit. It's a long story.
Of course. Well, this is both fascinating and peculiar.
What do you make of it?
I do not believe in visions and prophecy, unless they come from a dreamweaver, so I'm uncertain. There is no arguing that this man Rondar Lacane knew more about the Bloodburn than most people, and his clues led you to Mullendir, which is nothing short of impressive. So you believe that the Bloodburn is caused by Shaper telepathy. Is that correct?
It is a theory, but yes. Rogue telepathy, so to speak.
I see. I would like to come with you.
What?
I was clear, was I not? I would like to come with you. Your story is nothing short of fascinating. The Shaper City, the Bloodburn, and this Nexus. I would like to accompany you and help. I have a wide knowledge of the magic and the Shapers, and have a strong interest in finding a cure for the Bloodburn.
What about the guild? Aren't you their leader?
I am, but that does not bind me to stay. It is common for creators' mages to head out to expeditions. They have become rarer due to the war, but still, there is nothing stopping me from coming back when our business is concluded.
Well, why not? Just know that it will be dangerous.
I can defend myself. Quite well, in fact. However, there is one thing I need to finish before I come with you. Study. Maybe you could help. This would facilitate matters.
As long as it doesn't take too much time, yes. What are you studying?
Simple. I have always been fascinated by the notion of sentience and the mind in general. What creates consciousness? What is it that distinguishes us as humans from a wolf who is slave to his instincts?
Fireflies.
Quite recently, a group of refugees who arrived in Everlight told me of a bizarre sight. They said that a stone golem took over the abandoned mine near the gates and has grown a soul, and apparently has been trading with the villagers and even befriended one of them. It all seems highly unlikely, but I want to investigate it.
A monster with a soul? How is that even possible?
I do not know. It is not the first time people have reported such occurrences, but most of the times they turned out to be a hoax. This is the first case I've heard that might be legitimate. If it's true, this might change the world forever. Can you imagine? The ramifications of such a discovery would be monumental. It is currently believed that only the 5 principal kinds are capable of conscious thought. Disproving that would change everything. Suddenly, would killing a monster not be a homicidal act? Would putting them in a cage not be considered slavery? And finally, is it right for the principal kinds to consider themselves special, chosen by the Guardians?
What do you need my help with?
Well, this is all an exciting scholarly prospect, but a golem is still a golem. So if the monster goes feral, I will require assistance. I can defend myself, but still it would be unwise to go there alone. I will get prepared and meet you at the mine. Do you know where it is?
Tell me.
Up north, at the top of the Iskander mountain. I will go as soon as possible.
Fair enough. I'll see you there.
Okay. Another companion, another quest.
Interesting.
Odd fellow. But he's a capable mage, that's for sure.
Oh god, can we not, like... Okay, never mind. I was like, how do we get down? Gobos or undead?
Let's see.
Gobos probably smell worse.
Come closer. I'm sure I have just what you need.
That is a lot of stuff. Hey, more goblin meat. I sure hope we have enough by now. Those are decent one-handers, actually. Not terrible. Well, decent.
Pleasure doing business with you. Come again. I'm getting new wares by the next moon's turn.
Right.
You have a strange aura.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I beg your pardon?
Your aura, it's different, cold. Anyway, forgive my manners. Callaghan Theo, archiver of the Creators Guild. How may I help you?
I'm looking for someone. An archaeologist named Ilbertus Watley.
Watley? That man obsessed with his island?
Yes. What do you know about him?
Not much. Only that he showed up here some years ago asking for funding for his bizarre excavation. All the nobles who usually fund these kinds of things had rejected him. However, he didn't have any proof backing up his claims, other than him claiming to be of Hibernian ancestry, just like Queen Aelith. So we had to send him away as well, which didn't stop him from digging.
He thinks he's a Hibernian?
Well, he said that his great-great-great-great-grandmother was part Hibernian, or something along those lines, though he didn't have any of the Queen's gifts. And he also claimed that, through his heritage, he has been having those strange dreams since his childhood, of a secluded island within the Black Sea that no explorer has ever laid eyes upon.
And I take it you didn't believe him?
Well, I wanted to, and so did the other archivers. But the moment we start giving out money for fascinating stories alone is the moment we will stop existing.
Why would he dig in Everlight to find an island?
Because apparently there's a Shaper portal that might take him there. Or a Hibernian portal, I don't remember, it's been a while.
If you and the nobles denied him the means to do an excavation, how did he dig?
That's where it gets tragic. He spent his entire heritage.
To no avail.
Not entirely. He found what resembled a portal, but it was just dead, cold stone. It didn't take him anywhere. He tried to activate it for years, but ultimately his savings ran out. Now he lives in the Mud District, begging for food. He literally gave it all for his dream, but failed. A sad story. Why do you ask, though?
Because we're looking for that island.
Oh? Well, then you should probably talk to Watley himself, if you can find him, that is. I have to continue my work now. Safe travels, friends.
Yes?
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage.
Well then, off to the Mud District. Let's hope Watley's still there.
And still alive.
They actually call it the Mud District, for God's sakes. I get descriptors, I do that myself, but the Mud District?
Yes?
Huh? Help you with something?
I want to cross.
Sure. Where to? Got it. Hop in.
What do you want?
Huh? Help you with something?
I'll be off.
Oh, there we go.
Huh?
Yes?
Okay, the total lack of anybody here is a little bit suspicious.
Good move.
But, you know, whatever. We'll see what we have. We'll see what we can see. There's a giant bear. Bears are terrifying. Thankfully, we have a bear too. Oh, for God's sakes. Hang on a second. We're in a forest, right?
Will do.
Alright, the lack of music is officially bugging me. Oh, of course, now the music fires up.
Now would you look at that?
Okay.
I'm dead.
It sounded like it, von Falkenstein. You know, the only reason I'm still alive is because of this armor, but now... Ugh. Couple undead in here. This is a good time to do a... I've been wanting to do a stretch break for like 20 minutes now, and that just... There hasn't been a good pause point, so I'll be right back.
You asked for this.
Hey, Blue Wind. No, I'm playing on easy right now. Go ahead, make fun. It's alright. Now I have to stab Blue Wind. Sigh. Didn't want to stab people today, but no, here we are. Getting our stab on. Oh well.
Ah! Ah!
They will fall.
All right, here goes nothing.
We'll make short work of them.
Deserters.
We're in.
This. This.
Yes.
And for the heck of it, we'll do that. And then we're out. Peace. No, I'm just walking over here. There we go. Get the airflow going a bit better. Oh, they're dead. Good, good, good.
Now would you look at that?
So I'm trying to fight this damn headache. Ugh.
Got it.
Is this it? Why did I even go all the way down there?
Let's see.
Fine.
Oh, there's a person. I did not see the icon.
Saved by a pale skin. Huh, I didn't expect that. If it wasn't for you, I'd be on some human's dinner plate by tonight. Thank you, friend. My name is Kier, of the Dustcrawler tribe. And I see you're traveling with one of our kind. A fire wielder, isn't it? Zalraker.
Zalraka. Yes, I'm a fire wielder.
What do you mean, on some human's dinner plate?
Well, it's a bit disturbing. Shortly put, there's a gang of human criminals who capture and butcher orcs and sell their meat as wyvern meat. It looks almost the same, so nobody can tell.
What the... Are you joking?
If I were, would I be sitting in a cage and be covered in blood? No, I'm not. I know how absurd it sounds, but apparently these paleskins make a ton of money that way.
And nobody notices the difference? Really?
Well, I've never eaten my own kin. It's bloody disgusting, and I want to think about it as little as possible.
Huh. And how did a Dustcrawler orc end up here in Everlight?
I was trying to put an end to this.
So you're some kind of orc detective?
Oh my, how that sounds. No, I'm not. Actually, I'm a Kalzul, an architect.
Orcs have architects?
Yes, how do you think our Kals are constructed? And of course, now you're asking yourself how an orcish architect ended up on a mission like this. Don't. It's complicated.
We could help you.
Why? What is it to you?
I'm an orc too, in case you have forgotten.
That's true. Fine then. I hope I won't regret this. If you want to help, we need to pick up where I left off. Evidence.
Ah. So you're trying to get the Everlight Guard to deal with it?
Yes. I'm just one orc, and even if I knew where their hideout was, I can't just run in there swinging my axe around like a maniac and expecting not to die a fool's death. I don't trust these guards, but as of now, they seem to be my only chance.
True. Do you have any idea where we could start looking for evidence?
Actually, yes. I managed to intercept correspondence between one of their thugs and the leader. It should be enough to convince the guards of their presence. However, the thugs took all of my belongings when they ambushed me. Makes sense, I guess. An orc headed for a slaughterhouse doesn't need his books and valuables with him. I say we go right... Balrak! Bloody wound.
No offense, but I don't think you should join us just now. Maybe later.
I'm afraid that's true. Let us get your possessions for you.
Fine. I'm no good to anyone dead, am I? I think I heard them talk about some camp near the old mines. Maybe you could start there.
I mean, you know... I don't mean to be persnickety, but the whole point of this is that you were very useful to someone dead.
Yes?
I agree with G-Juice, by the way. A fast forward button or a sprint button would be rather welcome. I mean, I could also mention, you know, that I'm kind of the Lich King, but... Kind of the Lich King. You know how it is. I mean, it's not like I'm a Nathrezine puppet. You know how it is. Sorry, I'm still kind of trying to relax a little bit. I have all sorts of stupid little things, like my posture and my breathing I do to try and help with the headaches. Stretching helps too. That's one of the reasons I wanted to take a stretch break for so long. Don't worry about it, I say, Ross. Don't worry about it. As long as you're still alive, it shouldn't affect you. Once you're dead, we'll have a talk. I'll call you.
You read my mind.
Peekaboo. I knew it. They flanked us. They knew the wolves were there. Somehow. Hello, Alex.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
But suddenly Alex exploded.
How do you like that?
Wolves. I'm almost tempted to look up some artifact weapons. You know, push my DPS up a little bit.
You asked for this.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, no, quite a bit of the stuff is part of. I will admit, I am enjoying this game, but I also have to admit it doesn't have a lot of the things that other RPGs tend to have for me personally. A lot of RPGs will get pluses for individual boss fights, individual dungeons, individual characters, or individual scenes. And so far, I haven't really seen a lot of individual scenes, or characters, or bosses, or dungeons in this game that have really been working for me, you know? It's kind of generally good, rather than specifically good. If that makes any kind of sense.
No! No, please, mercy! I don't want to die!
Then you better talk. We want information on your syndicate.
Yes, of course. What do you want to know?
Preferably everything. Well, there I was. In my mother's fallopian tube.
How did you end up like this? You don't look like an average cutthroat.
Because I'm not. I'm from the Mud District, and I spent years looking for work. But it's become almost impossible to find a good job as a fellow from the slums. Then that man Finn showed up in the Shangiga, and, well, the pay was good. And it took me a while until I realized that it wasn't Wyvern meat we were selling.
How did this all start? Who in blazes came up with the idea of murdering orcs and selling their meat?
I don't know.
Really?
Yes, really. I only joined the farm a few months ago, and nobody ever told me who came up with it. All I know is that we have to report to a man called the Butcher who runs the slaughterhouse in Everlight. But I never saw him in person.
Butcher, slaughterhouse. You paleskins make me sick. Be glad the two of us aren't alone.
I'm sorry.
Fresh meat. Where are your headquarters?
You mean the slaughterhouse? Please, I can't tell you. They will kill me if I do.
That does sound painful.
No, please. It's in Everlight. Below Everlight, to be precise. You have a map, don't you? Here. That's where the entrance is. All the meat is processed there. And it's run by the butcher, our leader.
Anything else?
No, I don't... Wait, yes. The countersign. You need to remember the countersign. You need to answer, I'm here for the produce, when they ask you, what's your business?
I'm here for the produce. All right. Now, what should I do with you?
Kill him.
What? But you said you'd spare me.
I'm sorry, but you helped to orchestrate a genocide. I can't let you live.
No! No, you can't do this!
Coin said no. It's okay, he's in a better place now. For certain definitions of the word. I'm not evil, I swear. Oh, there we go.
Yes?
I know not a lot of you watched the board game night. One time we were playing a game called Betrayal at the House of the Hill, where there's an in-game mechanic that decides who the betrayer is, so we don't know walking in. And then you hit a certain thing, and it's called the haunt, and that determines who the traitor is, right? So it picked me as the traitor. Now everyone knew that it picks me as the traitor. Everyone's aware of that. Here's the funny part. So I read my traitor-only thing, and in the thing it flat out says, you are not actually the traitor. If you die, everyone loses the game. And I just start laughing. In my own particular manner. And I don't know if you've ever heard me laugh genuinely, but apparently my normal belly laugh is really evil sounding. So I'm running up to them with a chainsaw, by the way. That's unrelated. It's just, it adds to the scene. I'm running up to my players with a chainsaw. It's okay, guys. I'm not the traitor. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. It's okay. I'm not the traitor. And they're all like, yeah, sure you are. Because I'm laughing maniacally this whole time. So they kill me. And we lose because I wasn't the traitor. And they're like, why were you acting so evil? And I'm like, no, it was so funny. I couldn't help but laugh because I knew they weren't going to believe me. That's what was so funny about it. I knew they weren't going to believe me. And I knew they were going to kill me. And it was just so hilarious to me. I couldn't stop laughing. So I'm like, guys, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not actually... thud. And we all died.
Now would you look at that?
Look at that. My pale-skinned friends return. Had any luck?
I think so. Are these your things?
Let me see. Yes, they are. I have to say, I'm surprised. My experience with pale skin so far has been that you talk a lot and act very little.
I prefer lore, personally, or runner. Both work. I don't really answer to Arsh because that's not actually my name or my title or my anything. But you can call me Arsh if you really want to. I will probably know that you're talking about me.
Listen, there's no guarantee the guard will take down the syndicate, even if we provide them with the evidence. I actually convinced one of their thugs to tell me the location of their hideout. They call it the slaughterhouse. And apparently that's also where we could find their leader. The Butcher.
Butcher. Pathetic. But what are you suggesting? That we storm that place all by ourselves? That's suicide.
We're all mages and know how to defend ourselves. And they won't be expecting us. I think we stand a chance.
I agree. If you want something done, take it into your own hands.
A bold plan. But I like it. Fine, let's take care of this ourselves. Where is that hideout?
In the middle of Everlight. Just meet me there.
Understood. Ah, and here. I think you should have this. You deserve it more than I do. So far, I haven't done much more than getting thrown into a cage. I'll meet you in Everlight. May your blood never boil.
That does sound like a good thing to happen.
Interesting.
So, I feel like I just told the story today, and that's because I did. Arshian Guy is the name of a character in one of my settings. Not a character based on me or a character I have anything to do with, just a character. Why is he just hanging out here?
Huh?
Got it.
Okay. Is that gonna let me... Do I have to open the door manually? There we go. Now can you get out? It's really weird. So, way back in the day, well before I ever started, doing YouTube stuff, I had to sign up for a YouTube account, and so in order to make sure that it was an account that wasn't taken, it didn't have any numbers involved, I called it Arshian Gaia because I knew no one was ever going to use that name. It was a made-up name for a character in my own setting. Still is, he's still a character. Then, by coincidence, I ended up turning this into my show, and everyone starts calling me Arshian Gaia, and that's just... It weirded me out for years, because, that's not my name, that's not my title, it's not my anything. It's a character. It's like walking around... Imagine if George Lucas is walking around and everyone calls him Luke. And that's kind of how it felt, and I'm just like... So when we finally started actually doing this professionally, we had to come up with an actual brand name for the show and the title, and that's where Lore Runner comes from.
Let's see.
Nowadays, few people remember the reason for Everlight's wealth, the glittering mine. For a long time, it was believed that moonsilver, the most precious and most durable ore of Io, could only be mined in the Windwall Mountains, the empire of the dwarves. All this changed when an unsuspecting farmer found a piece of the shimmering ore while digging a well. A gold rush followed, and Everlight, back then a modest town, grew into the metropolis it is today. The mine was depleted decades ago, but the wealth remained.
Did you get the money back, Pilot Shaws? Because otherwise that really sucks, I'm sorry. Speaking as someone who is currently out $200 for his capture card, and that's probably not coming back, I understand completely.
Huh?
Ah, it is you.
Didn't you say in front of the mine?
I did, but then I realized that it might be wise to scout ahead in order to get a clearer picture of the situation. Come, let us go. The golem and its supposed friend should be further down the mine. Follow me.
For the record, I know golem is a correct pronunciation, I just don't care.
And they show symptoms of bloodburn.
I will never call it golem, sorry. It's golem. Probably, Pilot Shaws. Actually, I've had really good Little Caesars in my life. In fact, I can name 2 really good Little Caesars places I've encountered in my days. So you were right, they're undead, von Falkenstein. Looks like they're gonna come up here-ish.
Let's burn them!
Yeah, Little Caesars is like most franchises. There's good, there's bad. Pizza Hut. Vomit. Sorry. There's probably a good Pizza Hut, I just haven't encountered one yet, personally. Most Pizza Huts I go to, they grease it up. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally soggy. And the bottom of the box or whatever, the pizza box, is just wet. And you don't want to put it on anything. So you get out a trash bag and you lay out the trash bag on the table so you can put the box on the trash bag because it is just dripping. Ugh. Yeah, Subway is just a huge gap in between good Subway and bad Subway. It's ridiculous. Hey, Richwom. Well, hopefully I'd still be streaming. I mean, I haven't gotten fired yet. Have you guys... Did Richrum convince you guys to stop funding me? Is that what this is about, Richrum? It's okay. I understand. I accept it. Well, that's why I say it probably varies von Falkenstein, but I haven't actually been to a Pizza Hut in a while because I was just like, yeah, no. No more grease. Thank you. Now, Papa John's, I usually have the opposite problem. They're too dry to the point of being, like, kind of, ugh. Now, Domino's. That's usually my go-to if I had to pick one.
Look,
up ahead.
Someone's coming.
And it's Frank.
I know.
Let's see what they have to say.
So there's a golem, or a golem, if you prefer. Round Table. And I haven't had Round Table since I lived in California, but Round Table was really good stuff. That was my go-to place. Well, see, I say that, Larian, I'm describing it wrong. Papa John's just tastes... sick to me. Like, eating it makes me feel physically ill in the process of eating it. And I really don't know how better to explain that. So I don't do Papa John's either.
Greetings. Are you...
Rick, who are they? I'm afraid.
Don't afraid.
Worry, Hubert. They are not here to hurt you.
Probably.
Judging by the sounds of fighting we heard, I take it you took care of those undead. If so, you have my thanks. They appeared out of nowhere just a couple of days ago and locked us in.
They're dead. We're here to ask you some questions about your friend.
I figured. So I'm guessing you heard the rumors, right? Yes, this is the golem with a soul. And yes, I am the odd fellow protecting him. But before I tell you anything, promise me that you won't hurt him.
I know he might look intimidating, but he's actually quite sensitive.
No, I've never had Giordano's, or however you're supposed to pronounce it, sorry. I have had good pizza at Italian restaurants. Like actual Italian. There was this actual Italian place which has since closed, unfortunately. Back in KC, which was quite good.
If he doesn't hurt us, we won't hurt him.
He won't. Trust me, hurting anybody is the last thing on Hubert's mind. So, what do you want to know? You didn't come here to take him away, did you?
Hubert is a stone golem. Why didn't you kill these undead yourselves if they trapped you?
Kill? Hubert? I told you he couldn't hurt a fly. He doesn't look it, but in his head, he's just like a child.
Why Hubert?
It was my grandfather's name. And one day, I simply started calling Hubert that, and it stuck.
How did you come to know Hubert? I mean, you don't just come up to a golem and start a conversation.
Right. You don't. I found him laying half dead just outside this mine. Some creature drained him of his essence, a ghost or something.
Darkness came and stole my light. It hurt. It hurt so bad.
I know, Hubert, but it's over now.
For some reason, I immediately noticed that Hubert was different. In every other situation, I would have simply turned away and alarmed the guard, but I just couldn't. So I went into the city to find a mage.
Who? Joseph. His name was Joseph.
He is not with the Creators Guild. And this Joseph agreed to help you.
Well, he still owed me a favor, so... Yes, I asked him to heal Hubert. And even though he told me it was dangerous, he eventually did it. When it was done, he told me to get away as soon as possible, as it might wake up again soon. But just like when I had first seen him there, I simply knew that there was something in him. Something that made him more than just a construct. So I waited, and it turned out I was right. You can figure out the rest. I took him into the mine, as the Everlight guards would have attacked him on sight. And here, we became friends.
So, you took him into the cave to protect him?
Yes. Of course, word eventually got through to the townsfolk. But you're the first to follow up on the rumors.
And before these undead woke up, this place was actually quite peaceful. A bit gloomy, yes, but safe. And that's what matters.
How long ago is it that you found him?
Let me think. Almost 4 moons now.
How did you become friends, though?
Rick, friendly. Rick, always friendly. Rick, care for me.
Well, maybe friendship isn't the proper word for it. It's more like I care for him, the way a father cares for a child. And yes, I know how funny that sounds considering Hubert's size.
Hubert, what makes you different from other golems? When did you realize you can think for yourself?
I don't know. I always had thoughts, always had ideas, but I did not know how to tell people about them. After the ghost attacked me and Rick healed me, he taught me how to speak.
Taught?
Yes. Yes, of course. Rick taught me how to speak.
Hubert is a very good student. He learned how to speak almost fluently in just a couple of months. If only men were half as eager to learn, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess we find ourselves in.
He could also carry the spirit of a person in him. Did you ever think of that?
If so, it was the spirit of an infant. As I said, all I did was offer Hubert guidance and, well, love.
What are your plans for Hubert? Neither he nor you can stay in this cave forever.
Honestly, I don't know. Hubert is such a good lad, and I want him to have a normal, happy life. As bizarre as that sounds when talking about a golem. He would love to make friends and...
Yes, friends. Rick, will these misters be my new friends?
Hubert, what did we say about interrupting other people when they're talking?
It's rude. And it makes people sad.
Do you want me to be sad, Hubert?
No, Rick. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. Just don't do that again.
Anyway, I try not to think about it. And until you showed up and killed those undead, I wasn't even sure we'd ever make it out of that cave again.
All right, look. My friend here would like to learn more about Hubert's uniqueness. It would be of great scientific value. Would it be possible for us to examine him?
I don't know. Will it harm him?
Golems were created to endure pain.
What my friend is trying to say is, he will do everything he can to keep Hubert comfortable.
What do you think, Hubert?
I don't know.
Fine. If you think it will help us understand Hubert better, then I don't want to be an obstacle. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Then let us begin. Interesting.
Truly interesting. Stab.
Hubert, I am done. You can rest now.
It wasn't bad, Rick. It tickled a little, but it didn't hurt.
So, what did you find out?
Not much. But let me discuss it with my companion first. Tahar, if you please.
Where is the kind sir going, Rick? I liked him.
They're just going to have a talk. They'll come back.
What's next?
Zarek.
Interesting.
Yeah, let's go talk privately. That's not a bad sign or anything. So what did you find out? Well, turns out he's pure evil.
So let me be brief. I inspected Hubert's magical core, and it is rather unusual. It's overflowing with magical essence, unlike anything I've ever seen. My theory is that his remarkable intelligence comes from this irregularity. Unfortunately, I believe that the very same irregularity is also dangerous. The essence within him seems unstable. It is very likely that it will eventually get out of control and cause an explosion unlike anything this land has ever seen. To me, it appears we have two options. We can destroy the golem, or take it back to the guild and try to harness its power, with the chance to stabilize the core and allow it to live. I do not think I should make that choice. I consider myself a rational person, but I'm afraid that my fascination with the matter clouds my judgment.
Couldn't we just take him somewhere secluded and leave him be?
I'm afraid that's out of the question. We just don't know what the long-term effect of this instability would be. He could, for example, become feral and use his incredible power to wipe out a city or two. Killing him is the merciful option if his welfare is your primary concern.
What do you mean by harness his power?
Well, the possibilities are endless. If we can replicate the structure of its core and stabilize it, it has the potential to change the world. We might even be able to recreate it, thus giving us a power source with the chance to recreate life. Obviously, there is no guarantee these experiments will bear fruit. We would also be risking blowing Everlight to smithereens in the process. If I had to make a guess, I would say that there is a 40% chance that the golem will be stabilized, and we will be able to harness the core. A 40% chance that it will die in perceived agony, and a 20% chance of triggering the devastating explosion.
Those are not good odds.
That's a tough decision. Let me talk to Rick.
Of course.
Those are terrible odds.
Understood. Let's see.
So, what did you and your friend talk about?
Nothing. What are you doing? I'm creating a permanent save file. Why? Don't worry about it.
Well, there's no good way to say this. Hubert's magic core is very unusual. It is overflowing with energy, and while this energy is what makes him sentient, it also makes him dangerous. If we let Hubert stay here, the core might eventually become unstable and explode. The only way to save him is to take him to the Creators Guild, where they can try to control his power. Thing is, it might be a painful experience for Hubert. I'm sorry, but it's the only way. The alternative would be to kill him.
You bloody monster! No! There's no way I'm letting you do this! He's a person, damn it, not some toy for some mages to tinker with! You'll have to kill me first!
Rick, you're outnumbered, and I'm offering you and Hubert a chance. Don't you see it? You can either die here like a fool, or you can make sure Hubert gets through the entire ordeal together with you.
Well, I guess you're right, aren't you? I don't have a chance against you all. But let me say this. If I learn that anything happens to Hubert, I will come and hunt you down, even if it costs my life.
Why aren't you going to the guild with him?
It's time to go. We're moving into a new home.
What? I'm going to see the outside again? Just how you promised.
Yes. Just how I promised. Well, I must say that I'm happy you made that decision. I will go back to the guild now and prepare my things for our journey as discussed. I will see you there.
Well, I probably just doomed this city to total destruction. I won't even find out probably until the ending.
Anything on your mind?
No, nothing's on my mind. Ever.
Sure.
You know, let's just get out of here. Let's just get out of here. I gotta go stop people from butchering orcs and selling them as food. Maybe it's okay if the city gets blown up. Now that I say those two sentences side by side there.
Now would you look at that?
Oh, for God's sake.
Wherever's
Come
necessary.
The Mud District. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Guys, we need to evacuate the Mud District. Roko, you're in charge. I must gather my party before adventuring forth. Come here!
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a plan.
Now would you look at that?
There, we'll draw.
Got it.
Let's see.
Sounds like a plan.
Interesting. Let's see. Now would you look at that? Will do. Mm-hmm. Understood. I understand. Let's see.
Sure.
Of the few refugees who make it to Everlight, many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there, though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the Mage War.
Where I used to live, there was an entire restaurant that was dedicated just towards hot dogs. And that's not really a joke. They were good. Like, they did some good stuff there. I have faith in your abilities, Roko. You got this. Who wants to back up Roko in evacuating the district? I don't think he's really got this.
Excuse me, madam. I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for a man named Ilbertus Watley. He's supposed to live here.
Watley? Oh, you mean that beggar? Ah, he lives here. Does nothing but beg for coins at the marketplace all day long. What do you want from him?
Long story. Much obliged.
Deep fried hot dogs? I gotta see this, hang on. Oh my god. Ugh, oh god, that does not look good. There's also a French fry hot dog where you use French fries instead of a hot dog bun.
Interesting.
Ah, there you are. So, where is that slaughterhouse?
I'll show you. Follow me.
Okay, I've been thinking. It's probably best if we try to maintain cover as long as possible. The sooner we start the killing, the more likely it is that their leader will get away.
What do you suggest, then?
Simple. Tell the guards that I'm your prisoner, and that you brought me to the hideout for slaughter. If we do it right, then we might be able to get to the butcher without raising suspicion.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Fair enough. Remember the plan.
Hello, boys. I brought you something for the butcher. That's the greenskin who's been sticking his nose into our business.
Ah, right. That one. Why haven't you killed him yet?
Because I thought the boss would want to have a word with him.
Aye. I guess he would. So, what's your business?
I'm here for the produce.
Great. Come on in then. And make that fucking animal suffer, will you?
Oh, I will. Oh, you meant him. Oh.
Though Everlight is one of the few Nortandian cities with a multiracial population, non-humans are usually met with hostility and prejudice. While there have not yet been any big outbreaks of violence, it is not unusual to find a robbed and beaten-up elf in the Mud District's alleys. Due to their imposing physique, orcs were targeted less often. Until now.
Here we are. Now, let's find the butcher.
I can't wait.
Yes?
You picked the wrong enemy.
Or less literally. Wait for me!
You read my mind.
I have to come up with my own music again. Here, I have a cave playlist. We'll do this one. I swear to God, every time I play music, the music in the game starts up again. Every single time. I just need to start doing that.
Sure.
Maybe it's tricky the game into being like, oh, right, music.
they will fall.
So let's see, hot dog, mac and cheese with fried onion pieces. Yeah. Sounds alright, I guess. What was the name of that place? Let me see if I can find it while this battle's going on.
That's all? I'm only getting started.
Here we go. Let's see, what do we got here? So we've got normal dog, Detroit, Carolina slaw dog, which sounds disgusting to me, but I hate coleslaw, so grain of salt.
You read my mind.
Bacon, lettuce, tomato dog, which is exactly what it sounds like. The LA dog, that's a French fry chili cheese dog wrapped in bacon. We got the Jamaica dog, that's a hot dogs covered with Jamaican jerk seasoned chicken and grilled pineapples.
So, I'm guessing you're the butcher.
And I'm guessing you're not here for a nice, crispy piece of orc meat.
What is this, Enderall?
Are you? No, don't say anything. I can feel it. You're the one who butchered my people near the mine, aren't you? And you, orc, are the little detective who tried to expose my business. I guess I should thank you for coming. That saves me the trouble of tracking you down.
Balrog, you're an orc?
Well observed, scum.
I don't get it. Why would you do this? Orchestrate a genocide of your own kind?
My kind? The kind that killed my father just because he refused to take part in slaughtering the neighboring clan for the struggle's sake? The kind that banished a little orcish boy and his sister without as much as one day's worth of provisions? Fuck my kind. The orcs have treated me and my family like stray dogs, and I'm only returning the favor.
Let's see. If your clan mistreated you, there are other ways of getting back at them.
Oh, are there? Such as burning a Zarek effigy? Stealing a barrel of beer from them? No. Our culture is as rotten as your corpses will be 2 weeks from now. Every orc who still lives according to this nonsense deserves to die. The more gruesomely, the better.
I've heard enough. This ends here.
With pleasure. Get them, boys. Fresh meat.
I think you actually... So they screwed that up. That's his voice actor, who accidentally read his line. So they kind of screwed that up a little bit there. There's also a taco dog, which is a hot dog topped with chili cheese, tomatoes, lettuce, guacamole, jalapenos, and tortilla chips. There's a bunch of really good dogs. Of course, I'm a sucker for a classic New Yorker. Get some sauerkraut on my dog. There's apparently a Hawaiian dog, which comes a hot dog with grilled beef, bacon, cheese, barbecue sauce, grilled onions, and grilled pineapple. There's the Texas Rodeo, which is... Okay, this sounds simple. It's a bacon-wrapped hot dog with chili. But I gotta stress that when I say with chili, I mean it's a chili soup, which has a hot dog in it. And also it's wrapped in bacon. And oh, also there's some onion rings in there too. Is that it? We good? We're good.
And it's over. Zarek's fags. This was madness.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. I guess it's best if we forget about this as fast as we can. Either way, I will be forever grateful for what you did for me today. Before you go, please, take this. It's the least I can do after you risked your life for my kind. Also, listen, Tahar. Earlier on, you mentioned something about an army that you command. Was that a metaphor?
It's in the making. Why?
I, was wondering if you'd allow me to join you.
Hell yeah. Sorry.
Wait, didn't you say that you're a well-respected architect in your tribe? Why would you want to join me?
Well, I wasn't entirely honest. I'm not just an architect. I'm also the firstborn son of Naris, the High Chieftain of the Dustkin. I don't want to bore you with endless stories, so I'll make it short. My little brother Rak was gifted and destined to be a shaman. And to become a shaman, one needs to pass a trial by Zarak. I had heard talk about it, about how many young orcs die taking it. And the thought of losing my brother, I just couldn't bear it.
I understand, brother. More than you think.
I guess. You're a shaman, too.
So, what did you do?
I kidnapped him. It was foolish, and I got caught a day after we left the cow. My father sent me into exile as a punishment for defying Zarak. All this, me trying to save these orcs from slaughter. Maybe it's my way of repenting for what I've done. But I don't want to talk about it more than I have to. I just can't go back yet.
I mean, first of all, it looks like the chat just rebooted, so this shouldn't update for a bit. Second of all, dude, join me. Let's do it.
Well, if you're an architect, your talents might actually come in handy. If you want to join, bring that evidence to the guard, and then join me at the border.
I will do that. Thank you, Tahar. I appreciate it. And I promise I won't be a burden. May your blood never boil. We'll talk later.
Yay. There's also a fire dog, which is a hot dog with Arizona heat sauce, jalapenos, and sport peppers. The Boston dog is funny. It's a hot dog, but it has bacon bits, baked beans, and chopped onions. I don't know. That's not...
Got it.
Oh, thank you.
That way?
Interesting.
Of the few refugees who make...
Gotta have them Boston beans.
Many are shocked to find that...
Then we have the California dog, which is a hot dog with avocado, tomatoes...
Off the Mud District. Let's hope Watley's still there.
And still alive.
Then there's the surf and turf dog, which is a hot dog with crab meat. No thank you on that one.
Yes?
Oh, I love spicy food. I have since I was a kid. Do it, Mr. Rat. Give in to your anger. Or your hunger? No, whatever. Give in! Join the dark side, damn it! Yeah, I've never liked surf and turf stuff in general. Now, I don't like seafood, so, you know, that's relevant. But even back when I could eat seafood, I never liked seafood when combined with non-seafood. You know, surf and turf. No thank you. Not my thing. Are we moving? We're moving. Okay.
I think that's him.
A coin, fair lady. Please, the old father will reward you for your generosity.
Are you Sir Ilbertus Wadley?
Yes, I am. Who are you? How do you know my name?
We're here because of the island in the Black Sea.
That accursed island. Tiara's breath. And here I thought I was done with it for good.
You seem bitter about it.
How did you guess? I sacrificed everything I had just for some deluded fantasy. From a nobleman in Tiara's grace to a beggar in the Mud District. Quite the career, isn't it? And all because of some deluded childhood dream. Because I wanted to believe I'm special. Let's not talk about it.
Well, we know for a fact that it exists, and we want to find it.
What?
The island exists, and we have reason to believe there's something on it that we need. And we've been told that you tried to excavate an old Hibernian portal that could lead us there.
Forgive me, but this is a lot to take in.
But the portal exists?
Yes. Yes, it does. But it's useless. Just a piece of stone.
Another question. We were told that you consider yourself part Hibernian, like the Queen.
Well, not anymore. But yes, I believed that for a very long time.
How come?
Long story. The short version is that I've had these strange dreams ever since I can remember. Dreams of turquoise marble, of old rituals and ancient dragons. But they were always so vivid, like a real memory.
And that led you to believe they were?
That and the fact that I've always felt different from others. But then again, who doesn't? In the end, the Creators Guild was right. I had nothing to back up my claims.
So, you used up all your wealth to find that island?
Yes. As you probably know, no one was willing to fund my expedition. So, I decided to take the matter into my own hands. Looking back, I can't believe how obsessed I was. Even when I sold the house my family had lived in for generations, I didn't see where that route was ultimately bound to take me. But I'd rather not talk about it. I hope you understand.
How did you learn of that island?
That's complicated. What it ultimately amounted to were some vague explorer's diaries, dreams, and active imagination.
And that's all?
No, it's not. But please understand that this is a very painful chapter of my past, which I prefer to remain closed.
What exactly did you hope to find on that island?
Wealth. At least, that was part of it, and what I told my potential patrons. Then, of course, there was my supposed Hibernian heritage. But, all that aside, Hibernian culture has always fascinated me. I studied archaeology in Greyfell, and as most archaeologists, I was always laughed at. Most people still consider it an expensive hobby for nobles rather than a true craft. I wanted to prove them wrong.
Be that as it may, we need to find a way to get to that island, and building a ship isn't an option. Can you show us that portal?
Haven't you listened? It doesn't work.
We need to try. Can you take us there?
Fine. I can, but only under one condition. You need to pay me. Now, believe me, I wouldn't ask this if I had a choice, but leaving this place during the busiest hours of the day means I'll end up with an empty belly tonight. Just give me 30 gold. That should last me for a week.
Sure.
Take 60.
Oh, that's very generous of you. Thank you. Meet me at the excavation site, will you? I need to take care of something first.
Okay. If you go to booze it up or drug it up, you're going to be stabbing it up very shortly. I just want to make that very clear. Thank you very much, Seraphim Altaniel. Always appreciate that sub. Thank you. I put that towards the second parish video specifically, since that's the only one that is currently on the book, and you didn't specify. So I assume that's the one you mean.
Poor man. Give it all up for your dream and then fail. That must hurt.
They're not as uncommon as you might think. Some dreams just stay dreams. We just like to tell ourselves otherwise.
It's true. I'm still working on mine. I like to say that I'm not a failure, I just have yet to succeed. Lune Ruth has just started her... I I wanted to say BFA. Her Shadowlands stream, if anyone wants to join her. I'll be streaming for another hour-ish, if you want to stay and watch me being boring, dumb, and terrible.
Sure.
Well, my point is people could fund other ones, Seraphim, although I think actually technically there is another one that's already been posited, and that is the one which is going to be the lead up to the Settlers Union conflict. I hate to call it a war.
What do we need?
Because the war didn't actually get started. It'd be more accurate to say it's the lead up to the War of Annihilation, but, you know. Alright, now that Mr. Red's gone, I can stop being dumb and terrible. Oh, thank God. Alright, let's talk about proper tax distribution. No, I'm done. Let's do it.
Let's see.
As a neutral, apolitical association of mages solely devoted...
Yes? Now would you look at that?
You can always tell how much of a geek you are when topics that are probably dry and boring topics are really interesting to you. That's not an insult in any way, shape, or form. It's just, I've kind of become used to that fact in the course of my life.
Interesting.
Ah, there you are. In case you were wondering, I sent 2 mages to help Richard and Hubert find their way to the guild. It will be a marvelous opportunity to deepen our knowledge on magic. I'm still fascinated by the idea that an abundance of magic is able to create sentience. Just think of what that entails. Either way, I am ready to join you. I need to take care of some formalities first, but I'm ready to depart before next dawn. Where shall we meet? According to your story, the Shaper City is in the middle of Iskander, is it not?
Yes, near a village called Farland's Hope. But you can just meet us on the border of Everlight, and we'll take you there together.
Then that is what I will do. Thank you, Tahar. I'm looking forward to working with you.
For the record, for anybody curious, I plan to completely swap out party members soon to try out all the new people.
Let's see.
Probably tomorrow at this current rate. I don't think that's particularly weird, S.A. Ross.
Of the few refugees
But I'm
who
a
make it to
weirdo,
Everlight,
so...
many are shocked to find that their troubles do not end there. Though its neutrality as a city-state left it largely unscathed during the making.
So, everyone, Cat Horse just volunteered to pay everyone's taxes, since all taxes are now distributed towards him. So, Cat Horse, congratulations. You now have to pay everyone's taxes. I hope you're up to the task. You may have to take a 5th job in order to make that happen, but I have faith in you.
Yes?
We're also going to clone you a dozen times. Give or take.
For the fire wielders!
This is our first aura.
Focus area. Focus.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
Is it just on? Yep, no. Permanently active as long as it takes up a slot. Okay. Oh, that sucks. That's okay, I'll just get all 3 auras eventually. Hello, Zaluk. Hope you are feeling well. If you're not, well, I don't have Frostmourne on me. I do have my box opening knife. This is not something I'd recommend, though.
Ah!
Thank the Guardians you're here.
What's wrong?
Bandits. That's what's wrong. They've taken the excavation site. I don't think they saw me, but what do we do? Do we call the guard?
We know how to defend ourselves. Let us take care of it.
Are you sure?
Yes. Just stay where you are.
We are entirely capable. Trust us. No, Platty, how could you? How could you? I trusted you, Platty. Thank you for the sub, Platty. Always appreciate, thank you. Even though we're playing a game you probably have absolutely no interest in. I'm a little surprised you're here, to be completely honest with you. Hey, here's a strategy game that has a heavy story focus. And it's fantasy, and I know you hate fantasy.
This isn't personal.
Yeah, that would be nice on Falkenstein, but alas, General Evil had to take it personally. Typical. I knew it, Salok. You poisoned my website, didn't you, with your interwebbing? Well.
Tiara's breath. You really killed them all.
Yeah.
Just who exactly are you?
I'm the player character.
A former soldier. So this is the portal.
Yes.
Did you reconstruct it?
No, it was still intact when we found it. Which is more than strange, but that's also where the mystery ended. We couldn't activate it, even with the portal stone.
How did you find it in the first place? And what makes you believe it's connected to the island?
Hibernian stone tablets. You see, similar to the Shapers, the Hibernians had developed a magic that allowed them to travel great distances within a short amount of time through portals. By stepping through an active portal, it took you wherever its counterpart was located.
Teleportation.
Yes, but much safer and also available to the common folk.
I see. And how do you know this portal's counterpart is on the island?
Another long story, for which I assume you don't have the time. Suffice to say that I found a kind of map, one that outlined all the Hibernian portals, how they used to be back in their era.
Interesting. And these portal stones were required to activate them?
Yes, but as I said, it didn't help. I paid a fortune to buy it from a Chilean merchant, but I might as well have sung my incantations on a brick.
Where is that stone now? Can I see it?
You're really stubborn, aren't you? No, you can't. Because I threw it away.
Why?
Because it was useless. It was useless. Like all of this sodding, pointless horseshit I ruined my life for. Forgive me. I shouldn't have gotten so upset. This place, it just brings up memories.
It's all right. You've lost a lot. But please, this is important. Where did you throw it away? Do you remember?
Yes, I remember. There's a small shack near the old River Watch in the southwest. That was the day I had finally realized that I had been chasing a ghost all along. You'll try to find it, won't you? I can see it. Please. I don't know who you are. But believe me, it's pointless. You're wasting your time.
Let me be the judge of that. Will you wait here?
If you insist. It's not as if I'm missing anything in that sodding city.
Well, ripping the JavaScript out worked, Zalok. And since we don't have the 3 tabs anymore, I don't think we need to add it back in anywhere. Thank you, Zalok. That did appear to fix it, since I've already updated the stuff I couldn't update. What am I doing? guess I'll save this somewhere just in case I need it someday. There we go. Well, that's one thing fixed. Now if I could just get my CPU, get my videos unblocked, get my refund for my capture card, and maybe get my GPU.
They will burn.
And conquer the world. Then everything would be fine. I'm thinking I'm going to conquer Argentina first.
There. I think that's the shack Watley was talking about. Could this be the stone?
Show me. Yes, that might be it. Though, that's interesting. This stone, it's ornamented with Hibernian runes, but it looks a lot like our Shaper rune.
Interesting. Well, let's get back to Watley.
I hate to say this, Adris, but I think you are unironically correct, by virtue of never gonna happen. No thank you, Zalok. I'm pretty happy with how the list looks right now. What do you guys think? Legitimate question. How do you think the list looks right now? Not the queue, the list. Because I've put a decent amount of effort and polish into trying to make it look as nice as it can, as organized as it can be.
Watley? We found...
By the... What? How is that possible?
The portal. I think it reacted to me.
But... this doesn't make sense. No, this is a dream. This isn't happening.
Well...
I need to see.
Well, he did.
Wait.
Too late. We need to follow him.
A little preparation wouldn't have hurt.
You ever see a random portal? Don't just jump right into the random portal. Pro tip.
Now would you look at that?
I get to... Oh, this is going to be an RTS mission. Let's do the elves.
Though some cartographers may claim otherwise, the maps of Io are still far from complete. The Black Sea in particular has always invited explorers and adventurers to fantasize. Situated north of Fiara, many ships have fallen victim to its stormy waters, causing the number of expeditions to diminish.
Tiara's breath. It worked.
It felt just like traveling with a godstone.
Only that this seems to have been a one-way road. The portal is closed.
What about the portal stone?
I don't know. It seems empty. Activating that portal must have used up all of its energy. Question is, where's Watley? And is it just my imagination, or is the sun a bit lower than when we stepped through?
That's very possible. Time tends to get distorted for the user when using teleportation magic. Anyway, best we start searching for Watley. If he's on his own, he might be in danger.
Or we're that far away.
Agreed. Let's follow the path. He can't have gone far.
You know, that it's a different time where we are. Which, I mean, I gotta be honest, entering a portal and having it be a one-way portal is kind of a terrifying-ass thing in almost every way. Just, yeah. There's so many ways that can go wrong.
Thousands of miles from Everlight. But there is something unique to this island, isn't there?
True. There are hardly any magical signatures around us. Whoever lived or lives here, they haven't been in contact with the outside world yet.
Thank you, Melkorblade. I figured nobody actually noticed, since you were the first person to comment on it.
You got it.
I like that kind of surprise sound. Ugh!
You'll regret this.
What he said, Zilog.
Yashul Skenyar. Srosesar. Srodeshar. Kaslanul de Sak. Srar.
What's next?
I mean, even when doing the lore run, where I wasn't cheating, I remind you, we kind of blitzed through Diablo 2. It's not a particularly long game. That might just because, you know, I know exactly what I'm doing and where I'm going, because I've replayed the hell out of the game, but fact remains. Did I cheat in Diablo 2? What did I cheat in Diablo 2?
Blasted. Who were these creatures? And what took you so long?
We entered the portal just after you. The teleportation caused a distortion in time.
Oh, of course. The writings mentioned that. Well, thanks for saving me. And sorry for being so mindless. These creatures, I thought they were going to kill me.
Who's our friend?
I don't know. He must be one of the locals. But he doesn't seem to understand our tongue.
Can you speak without being suspicious?
Sunday. I do.
Fine. Now I'm lost.
So am I. How can you know our language?
Because we are both Kalal. You come from the Forsaken Land, which our people left behind hundreds of generations ago. Though your way of speaking is strange. Be that as it may, I am not worthy of answering your questions. I will take you to our Yaris. She has predicted the arrival of outsiders, and it seems that her readings have become true. You will free us from Shar's snake spawn.
We come from the same land? You mean, you're also from Nortander?
Yes, but our ancestors left it behind. It's a long tale, and again, not one I am worthy of telling.
Who is this Shar?
Akeshi, a renegade, a traitor. But our Yaris will tell you all.
All right, then take me to your Yaras.
Wait, Yaris? Tonde. This sounds a lot like the Hibernian tongue. Are you Hibernians?
Not directly. But again, our Yaris is better fit to explain that. Now please follow me.
I was going to say, look at English 100 generations ago.
Huh?
Just to name one example. Now, English is probably a bad example, but still.
Saris Jadul, Mekil. I thought the snake spawn got you.
They almost did. These people saved me. They are from the Forsaken Land, Yakul. Just as she read from the stars.
By the name of the sun. Outsiders. Are they... I mean, do they speak our tongue?
We do. And I bet we have as many questions as you have.
I see. Gallus Danwaji, outsider. Thank you for saving this man. You have no idea what his death would have brought upon our village.
I promised to take them to the Yaris. Can you let us in?
I believe so. Take them to the Yaris, Mekil. She will want to know the stars spoke the truth. It was an honor, outsider.
I don't know what you mean. I haven't changed its number, Eseras. It's always been set at 30 hours. So... I got nothing.
Did he just say star readings?
As I said, our Yaris foresaw your coming.
I see the
She
outsiders
read
have
it from the
arrived.
constellation.
Yaras. Yes, they have. Just as you predicted. And they saved me from the snake spawn.
Then you already have my gratitude, stranger. Mekil, you may leave.
Of course.
Interesting barrier. Like, look at their wall. It's even sustained on a simple lumber setup. Look at that.
Well then, I'm Ashar, holy Yaris of the Ulias tribe. What's your name?
I assume Yares means leader.
Not precisely, but yes. I am the leader of this village. So tell me, who am I talking to?
I'm Tahar. That man, he said you foresaw our coming.
I read the stars, yes. They told me that soon a stranger would come, one seeking for something to end a curse put upon his land.
The Bloodbird.
Don't tell me. Our tribe has left the Forsaken Land for a reason, and whatever is happening there, it does not concern us. All that matters is that the stars sent you to save us from Shar, and that we, should you succeed, give you the Kasarlanthep stone in return.
I think that's the third way they've pronounced Zarlanthop. Or Zarlanthep, or Kasarlanthep, or however she just said it. So, real quick. Just to talk about the language thing really quick. I actually put severe and serious thought into making it so that every race in my setting just spoke the same language. Just to erase that hurdle from the situation. I decided against it, but I did put some very serious thought into doing that, because language is a gargantuan problem. Anyways.
I hate to disappoint, but me being here doesn't have anything to do with the stars.
Yes, it does, even though not in the way you think. What I do, reading the constellations, it is merely interpreting a pattern that is already there. You see, we sentient beings like to consider ourselves separate from the world, but the truth is, we aren't. We're part of a complex whole. Characters, events, catastrophes, they repeat, maybe in a different shape, but with the same core. They are patterns ingrained into the fabric of existence.
Fascinating. This is just what the Hibernian priests always said.
In other words, you're saying that us being here is part of a pattern?
I had a way already built in to explain it in-universe, but I mean, if we're being honest, Warcraft. I know what you're thinking, but Warcraft has multiple languages. Yeah, but everyone can walk up to everyone else and just say hi, and they all speak the same language, common. So, you know.
So, your people fled from the mainland?
Yes, we did, which is why we were able to talk to one another. But that was a long, long time ago. And since you will probably ask, we left because we were persecuted.
Persecuted? Why?
Because of our faith. We followed the ancient teachings of the Hiberians, and though we were only a few and our faith was peaceful, the priestess of Tiara did not approve. We started to roam the lands in search of a new home, but wherever we went, people drove us away. Until one day, one of our sages found a portal. You can imagine the rest.
So, you worship the Hibernians?
No. They weren't gods. We follow their teachings.
Which are?
Quite simple. I know most remember the Hiberians as brutal dragon hunters, but they were so much more. I even dare say that their downfall was the worst that could happen to Io. But this is a complex matter. If you are truly interested, read one of our parchments. You should be able to decipher the writing.
Oh, trust me. I'll do that.
Queen Aelith is a direct descendant from the Hibernians.
Who?
Right. You wouldn't know. And you never wanted to return to Fiara?
No.
The Xarlanthep stone?
Yes, the ones who created the relic you are looking for.
You mean the Shapers?
If that is how you call them, yes.
So, we help you, and you give us the Nexus stone in return. Is that the deal?
I don't know the stone by that name, but yes, if you help us resolve our problem, you can have it.
You don't even want to know what we need it for?
No. As I said, the outside world doesn't concern us anymore.
I mean, you're right, Alex. Like, this is why I bring up the language problem, and I just stare it in the face like, well, that's an issue. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how exactly the troll races are going to be able to communicate with the humans. I've already figured out how the Azimdi communicate with the humans. I actually put thought into that one, but I've got nothing on the other one. And at some point, they do need to be able to talk to each other. You know? I'm still thinking about that one. I don't have a definitive answer.
All right, what do you need help with? Your Medusa problem, I assume, and this Shar who's controlling them?
Yes, but it's a bit more complicated. Shar is my son. Where should I start? I have 2 sons, Dul and Shar. According to the Iberian traditions, it was set that Dul would succeed me as the next Yaras. As you can imagine, this was never easy. Shar never accepted Dul as the legitimate firstborn.
I think I can see where this is going.
It's not that simple. You see, their father died when they were both very young, and that shaped their personalities in very different ways. Shar was frail, sensitive, and emotional. He was always sick, had horrible nightmares, and often talked about these voices he heard.
Oh god, Pocahontas. Yeah, the two just kind of listen to your heart and suddenly hear each other. And if you were paying attention to the movie from that moment on, the language barrier is just ignored for everyone. Not just Smith and Pocahontas herself.
He heard voices?
Yes. Not only during the night, sometimes even in broad daylight.
What did they say?
All kinds of things. But nowadays, I simply think it was him having a too active imagination.
What kind of dreams did he have?
Everything, really. A lot of it revolved around his father's death. And then he had this one about the sacrificed woman.
The sacrificed woman?
Yes. According to him, he always found himself in some temple-like room surrounded by strange, puppet-like creatures. He walked down a hallway until he stepped into a room where there was a woman lying on an altar. I talked to our Sham about this, but he said that it might simply be his fragile mind. Now I believe that it also had something to do with his magic. A lot of gifted children suffer from strange dreams like that one.
Yeah, please stop beaming dream. Whenever we find the source of the beam, there's something out there, and it's just going boom, boom. It's just sending dreams out and visions into. God, this is like I think the 4th person now.
And Dul,
counting
your
us.
firstborn.
He was the exact opposite. He was strong, always healthy and good with people, but hardly ever showed emotion. It was almost as if he was destined to succeed me.
How did your husband die?
His heart just stopped beating. A rare disease that had run in his family's blood for generations.
My condolences.
There's a crystalline entity. Hey, what's up? Nom nom.
What was their relationship?
Well, Dul was very distant toward Shar, and Shar hated Dul with a passion. The day things got truly complicated was when Shar discovered his magic. His talent was enormous.
I think we'd have too. It's the giant pillar thing in the center of our Protoss base.
Who taught him? I assume you don't have universities on this island.
You are right. We don't. My duties as Yaras kept me from teaching him myself, so it was mainly the old shaman who died 2 years ago that taught him. But as I said, his talent was enormous. He didn't need much guidance.
Let's cut to the chase. Where did the Medusae come from?
Well, it all happened a month ago. One night, Shar and Dul were gone. The next morrow, our village was surrounded by snake spawn, rallied behind my Shar.
Wow. Roko, whose blood is that?
Being a talented mage is one thing, but where did all these Medusae come from? The snake spawn, as you call them.
A ritual, an invocation that has been passed down in our tribe for generations. You see, we do not know war on this island, and fate willing we never will, which is why we are practically defenseless. But that does not mean we are naive. Should our people ever be threatened by outsiders, whether they come by the portals or by ship, the snake spawn would protect us.
So, Shar used this ritual to bind the Medusae to his will?
Yes.
Cute.
So you can read from the stars, but you didn't see that coming.
Yes, I knew Shar was trouble, and I knew how much he despised his brother, but to go that far? No. Maybe I was just blind, but I didn't expect that to happen.
Okay.
But what did he want? Force you to make him the next Yaras instead?
Worse. He said that since we are too blind to see, he would take matters in his own hands and enforce the trial of brothers.
Of course.
I don't understand.
In the Hibernian Empire, it actually wasn't custom for the firstborn child of the emperor to succeed him. Instead, their heirs had to compete in a ritualized duel, which mostly ended deadly for one of the parties. That way, or so the Hibernians figured, there would never be a weakling on the throne.
Very similar to our tradition. That's interesting.
Makes sense. I guess a ruler should be strong.
Is that how you see it? Well, then we disagree. As much as our people admired the Iberian faith, this wasn't a custom we ever adopted. Be that as it may, for the month, Shars had his snake spawn abduct villagers to help him restore the ruin up north, so that it's worthy of hosting the trial. Once that is done, he wants to challenge his brother to a fight at the mountain altar. You see where this is going. You need to bring him to reason.
How am I supposed to do that? I can't take on his entire army by myself.
I know that. So the first step should be to free at least some of our people he has taken prisoner. After that is done, we can discuss further steps.
How am I supposed to make him see reason?
If only I knew. Talk to him, convince him, make him realize what he has done. Just try not to hurt him, will you? But as I said, first of all, our people need to be freed. As long as the village is defenseless, we can't provide you with the means to take down his camp. I'll be here if you need anything. Now good luck, Tahar. And for what it's worth, sorry for burdening you with this.
Why, Von Falkenstein? What you're saying is I should just charge! Why, I can't. It won't let me. Why won't it let me? I can't even leave the town. What the hell? Dude, I love infinitely... Oh, there we go.
Got it.
Love infinitely responding to Medusas. Let's do it!
Sure.
Let's bring it.
That way.
Fish, forests, fields. They really have it all, don't they? I can understand why the islanders are so fond of this place.
I understand.
That's actually not a bad idea, Zolo. And I know what you're thinking. Well, of course, it's a super easy idea, but the problem is, the way I've designed magic in my setting, there's not really a detect languages spell, you know what I mean? But I could see a Magitech device being the kind of thing that could, with time and attunement, be able to pull a language from someone, and then be able to use that and add that to the database, and then be able to use that going forward as a translating point. And that, the reason that appeals to me is that would then add even more of an edge to the Magitech side of things, since in my setting Magitech is pretty much universally superior to magic or tech.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
Now would you look at that?
Some sort of magical aura around it. It seems to be attracting the Medusae.
That also would lead to an interesting scene, wouldn't it? Because they would have to effectively capture a troll and then restrain them for a long period of time while the device scans them while they're attempting to talk. I don't see why not, Mr. Red. As long as you don't call it a Lauren, that's all I care about. I should go. Actually, I've noticed one of our characters' I should go lines is just, He says that a lot. It's almost funny. What do you think we should do? I don't know, but I think we should do something. Ugh, why are there so many demons on this isle? This is actually the first demon we've seen. Why are there so many demons, period? Why is there no music playing? Alright, that's it. That's it. I'm done. Where's the Mega Man? It did it! The moment I hit play, it started the in-game music. Every time! Every time. It's mocking me. It's just straight up mocking me at this point.
Whatever's necessary.
Yeah, the game's like, oh, okay, I guess. I guess I will.
Focus, Iria. Focus.
Sure, that works, Mr. Red.
Fair
Or you
enough.
could call it something, you know, practical, like a commentary walkthrough or a commentary playthrough. Or a long play, that's a common phrase I see. Look, I'm not saying I'm going to copy wrong you, I'm just saying I'm totally going to copy wrong you. Wait.
Here we go.
You read my mind.
Wait, you say that now, Pilot Shots. What do you want to bet that there actually is? We'll be like, alright, we did it. And we talk to, you know, we defeat King Kane and he's dead and he's gone. And then it's like, ha-ha! And then the Star Child pops up. And that's actually the last boss. The person who's been beaming the dreams into the religious leader, it's the Star Child.
Yes.
That would be awful.
You picked the wrong enemies.
There was a Hishi for Mass Effect 3, which amused the hell out of me. I mean, most Hishis do amuse the hell out of me, so I guess that's not saying much. But there was this bit where Shepard gets through and is like, what's going on? Who are you? The Star Child says, I'm here to mess with you.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
And them, and just points at the camera. Why do you think I was in all those cutscenes and flashbacks? Duh.
Get ready.
You'll regret this. Interesting.
As you reach through the screen. Cool. Just right across the jaw there.
Fire wielders!
You know what? I think I will do that. Behold my beauty. Ahem. So, let's see. What do I need? I need 6 strength. And then I need 10 con. Is 10 the max? Interesting. There, I now have all 3 auras up.
Whatever.
Behold! Yeah, I figured. Let's see, what else can I do?
I'm only getting started.
There we go.
Look, villagers.
I'm happy with that build. Buff, buff, buff. Let's see, so that's giving me increased focus and health regen. And then 20, or no, it's 220. So increased resistances to everything, and increased attack power to everything. Like I said, just mouse down here. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, I could feel you on that one, Mr. Red. I hate food that makes me feel bloated.
Here goes nothing.
Well, I say hate. I hate feeling bloated after eating, and I'll tell you the worst one for me. You can make fun of me for this if you want. Watermelon. Now, I love watermelon, but watermelon will just make me feel like my stomach is a full foot out from me, you know? Like it's over here. It's not. It just bloats me. It makes me feel so bloated. I'm just like, oh. Chewbacca. Oh. Yeah, exactly, Mouthful Blade. I love me some watermelon, but I don't get it that often, because, ugh.
We'll make short work of them.
Focus area. Focus.
How do you like that?
That's great. Let's crank our strength, too. There's our build. What do you think, guys? Good build? 10 strength, 10 con. Bonk. Sure. I call this the Shepherd, the walking brick.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Saris Jadul, you killed them. Who are you?
Your Yara sent us. Are you okay? Can you walk?
Yes, I think so. Are we free to go?
Yes, they're awaiting you in the village.
Go? After all this cursed brat did to us?
What do you suggest? I don't know about you, but I have someone to take care of.
Well then go. I'll join the outsider. You do need help, don't you?
It can't hurt.
Then I'm with you.
Me too. I want to be there when that cursed child gets brought to justice.
I hope you know what you're doing, Ruslan. I really hope you do.
Just go. We'll be back.
They're literally not wearing equipment. Like, they're wearing underwear.
What do you
Sounds like a plan.
But, okay, sure, yeah, you can totally join me. I prefer FemShep, but I've never actually played Male Shep. Hint, when we go through and actually do the Mass Effect reviews, I'll be playing Male Shepherd, because it'll be the first time I've seen Male Shepherd in 2 or 3. And we can finally judge it.
That must be the ruin the Yaris mentioned. The one where Shar wants to hold the Trial of Brothers. Blazes. Look at it. It's enormous.
And he's abducting the villagers to rebuild it? That's interesting.
I do like her snark, though. Jennifer Hales. You're working too hard.
Focus area. Focus.
I mean, I am a bit biased towards Jennifer Hale, because I like her as a voice actress. But frankly, I do think she did a good job in Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2. I was actually... way back in the day, and I do mean way back in the day, someone was like, why are you playing FemShep? You're a guy. And my answer was, because the voice actress is better. I've told this story before. I actually originally started as a male Shep, and we all know the problem with Mark Meer in Mass Effect 1, so, I immediately stopped, restarted the game, and played FemShep, and I stuck with it ever since. Now, the funny thing about this is way back in the day, someone was like, oh yeah, that's the excuse I always hear. It's always about the voice actor. Sure, that's why you're picking it. Which always amuses me a little bit, because that's not the excuse I always hear from people who are in, wanting to look at pretty women. Hey, there's another one. Any other ones up here? And there's another one. So it's 2 in visual range. There's a third one. Oh my god. Any in there I could see? Nope, but there is a thinger. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh my god. Mez.
Just give the word.
You'll regret this.
I just get amused by comments like those sometimes. Okay, I know you're trying to mez me. I know you're succeeding at mezzing me. Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
So, what's the plan?
I'm completely ambivalent as to whether I pick a male or female character in anything at this point. Voice acting, you know, how armor looks on them. Animations is a big one. Let me use a good example of that. In World of Warcraft, the Forsaken males animations...
I have to say, the landscape does remind me of the Windwall Hills a little. Not as rocky, of course, but still.
That's so.
Oh, that's a really good spear for her. Look at that. Anyways, the undead male... so there's a special attack thing, and the undead males is like... and he just does a thing like that, and it looks really janky and weird and awful, right? Oh, nice. The undead female does the thing, the overhead thing, which looks much cooler. So, my Forsaken was a woman. and that was the thought that went into it. I know that sounds very stupid, but there it is. By contrast, as much as Blood Elf females have pretty cool animations, when it comes to casting, Blood Elf males have like the best static casting animation in my opinion. It makes them really cool when they're healers, which is what my Paladin really was. So my Paladin was a male, and he does this thing where he's like this, and then he like flings his arms straight up into the air as he heals. It just looks really cool. So again, male Paladin, and so forth and so on. So, animation, voice acting, armor. Those are the big things that determine what gender I play in a game for me. This boring insight brought to you by bottled water. Bottled water, because the tap water sucks. Yeah, if we ever get to Valhalla, I will be playing a male character, because a friend of mine has already listened to several... They're dying. Several of the voice acting bits and shared them with me, and yeah, the male actor just sounds a lot better.
For the fire wielders!
I actually have a water filter. Believe it or not, but I use that for cooking and, you know, other things. Like the humidifier. But it's still not good enough for drinking. Yeah, the female actress, she has the Syndrigosa problem, for those of you familiar with that. Where she feels the need to do this with her voice when she's trying to sound angry or gruff. And it's just, no. Humidifiers help me with my breathing. My throat dries up otherwise because I have to breathe through my mouth. So I have no idea about Falkenstein.
Whatever's necessary.
Well, if I was going to do that, Pilot Shoss, I'd probably do that in a house, not an apartment, if you know what I mean.
You read my mind.
Put simply, it's a good idea that I have already looked into and I already agree with. It's just, I've decided to hold off on that until I'm at a place I actually want to invest in.
You picked the...
Hell, I don't even have curtains up on the window.
What? That's all? I'm only getting started.
Now would you look at that?
That ice effect on the
Wide open
ground.
sea. My, how I miss this. I guess we can't take a little break here, Tahar? Take off our boots and lay down in the sun a little?
Do you really think now is the time for this?
All right, all right. Sorry for trying to enjoy life a little.
I mean, now's not a terrible time, but how about in like 20 minutes when we're done with killing everything?
They will fall.
I hope you appreciate this phone call, because I'm only going after these stupid shrines for you. Otherwise, I'd just beeline the quest at this point. Hey, look. There's some loot right there. Aw, Blue Wind's not here, so it's not funny. Oh, well. That's fine. It's fine. I don't know, what would I be if I was an advertisement? So that requires decks of 2. That also requires decks of 2. Oh, you were talking like a thing I am advertising for? Because that's easy. I guess it's not that easy. Let me think about that.
Ah!
You read my mind.
Actually, NordVPN's kind of crap as far as VPNs go. No, seriously. There's better VPNs. Like, NordVPN's kind of on the bottom end of VPNs. Just amuses me. Yeah, no joke. It actually, I mean, don't ask me to go into specifics because I don't remember right now, but I did actually do some research and consulting on that one. And the answer was nope.
Whatever's necessary.
Yeah, honestly, anytime you see someone who relies on trashy adverts, they're probably not a good service and or product. I don't know how better to explain that, because I feel like I'm using the wrong word when I say trashy adverts, but I bet some of you know what I mean by that.
Sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, McAfee antivirus is another excellent example of that. Because McAfee antivirus is probably, I'd say, the worst large-scale antivirus I've ever seen. That's speaking professionally, not personally. And yet, they're pre-packaged into tons of things, and they had terrible ads for the longest time. The best antivirus? Depends on what your needs are. For the longest time, Norton held that, and then Norton just kind of started going... I'm not even sure why.
We'll make short work of them.
Avast is probably a decent generic, catch-all antivirus right now. I have had a professional coworker describe McAfee as a virus. Unironically and unjokingly. They were actually really pissed off because they were working on a customer server and trying to remove McAfee and failing at it.
You got it.
Because McAfee, it's a cockroach. feel like... I guess I didn't. Whatever. Let's head back.
That way?
Windows Defender's fine. I'd compare it to Internet Explorer, but people would probably take that the wrong way. Put simply, I don't mean that as an insult. I swore I saw another portal spot somewhere. I guess not. Oh, there it is. I know I saw one. Someone was saying you should go explore. I have actually used Macintoshes in the past. Not in a long time, though. Years range. Yeah, Microsoft Edge, that's an insult. Internet Explorer is fine. It's not good, but it's actually not all that bad either. It's just there. I don't like to use it because I do a lot of crap with my browser. And so I kind of need a browser that does more than that. That's all. But there's nothing wrong with Internet Explorer, per se. It's not like that... what was that called? What was that piece? Oh, crap. No, not Safari. Although I suppose Safari would qualify. It doesn't matter. Is it Dolphin I'm thinking of? It's not Safari. I actually use Safari on my phone. I was about to say Yahoo, but I stopped myself because I didn't remember if I was thinking right. No, it is a browser. There is a Yahoo browser. That's the one I'm thinking of, isn't it? Yep, nope. Oh, God, yep, nope. I'm thinking of the Yahoo browser.
Interesting.
Although Dolphin might actually be worse.
Yes.
I use Firefox for some things and Chrome for the others. It's efficient for me to keep my various accounts and my various things divvied up like that, so I don't have to constantly switch, you know? Especially since I have 2 YouTube accounts that I upload things to daily.
Will do.
As much as I'd like to keep going, I should probably stop for the night. I'm still fighting off a headache. We've been streaming for over 5 hours. It is the cutoff point. So, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, we will go and probably do the RTS section of this map and crush some Nagas and solve a succession crisis. So that should be fun. I'll see you around, guys.